Are we live on YouTube? Room is muted. We're good? Okay, Chair, we're good?
Good to go? All right. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bayat, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Larry Clay, Dino Lombardi, Philip Ghosh, and Katie Plaisir. And the Secretary-Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings pardon me, are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with a computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision of the Toronto local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. Pardon me. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes of the last meeting that require adoption?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the minutes from the June 3rd, June 10th, and June 17th hearings are ready for adoption.
June 10,
June 3rd, June 10th, and June 17th.
17th. Thank you. All right, let's deal with that one first. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the minutes from, shall we do them collectively?
Yes, all together.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Seconder? Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. All those in favor? Thank you. Minutes have been adopted. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in this time slot? Seeing none, moving on. Madam Deputy Secretary, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to have the members move a motion to close two files. They were previously deferred and the landowners no longer want to pursue their applications. So it's 254 Greenwood Avenue, file number A0826/24TY. And the second application is 37 Davis Crescent, file number A0630/25TEY.
Thank you. And do these have to be read into the record as well?
Through you,
No.
Mr. Chair, no.
I
No.
don't think so. Okay. Can we do both of them at the same time?
Yes.
All right. All right. Mr. Lombardi moves to close both. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Plaisir, thank you. All those in favor of closing the two files? Thank you. We have a unanimous decision.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do see one deferral for this morning. Item number 1, 485 to 489 Wellington Street West, file number A0506/25TY. We can hear this item at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just read the materials into record and then we can hear from the applicant.
That's item number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. So item number 1, 485 to 489 Wellington Street West. Purpose of the application was to alter the development standards for the 14-story mixed-use building as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 1247/2022 OLT by increasing the building height, the number of stories to 17 stories, the total gross floor area for residential and non-residential uses, and the total number of residential dwelling units, including a reduction in the proportion of 3-bedroom units. Also to reduce the minimum, the minimum required outdoor amenity space, the number of required residential and visitor parking spaces, the number of parking spaces equipped with an energized outlet, the number of oversized bicycle parking spaces, and the minimum width of 2 bicycle parking spaces. The altered mixed-use building will contain commercial uses on the first and second stories, indoor and outdoor amenity spaces on the second story, and a total of 162 residential dwelling units. The committee had before it the following communication: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, hydrant flow text, servicing letter and proposed water demand, supplementary planning letter provided by the agent, transportation review, site-specific zoning bylaw number 1247/2022, and we also have email correspondence from transportation engineering, heritage preservation, and community planning, as well as the project analyst from Metrolinx, and we have correspondence in opposition from 1028 10 and 28 Draper Street, also from the Draper Street Residents Association, and one item of correspondence, no address was provided.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 2 speakers in opposition, 1 online and 1 here in person.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Smith, I believe it is.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Hi, good morning. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. You've requested a deferral.
Yes, that's correct. So for the record, Charlie Smith, 3 Church Street, Toronto, Ontario,
Thank
the
you.
agent for the applicant, and we're kindly here today to request a deferral. The deferral is to allow additional time for the applicant and ourselves to discuss condition 1 in the attached staff report as it relates to the $300,000 cash contribution as a condition of approval. So we would request the deferral for additional time to further discuss that with city staff.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll also ask the, I believe there are 2 folks in the audience that need to.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could the speaker from 66 Wellington Street West come up to the podium?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Could
Chair.
get your name and address, please?
My name is Rachel Poon. I am a lawyer at McCarthy Tetro, and I'm representing my client Wolf Corp Wellington Inc., and my address is 66 Wellington Street West.
Thank you. Just a quick item. We only have 1 question for you, and that is if you're in favor or not in favor of the request for deferral.
We are in support of the deferral request.
Thank you very kindly. And the next person.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're unmuting the speaker from
Ah.
20 Draper Street.
Hi, my
Hi,
name is
good
Maxine
morning.
Isaac. Yes, hi, good morning.
Could we get your name and address, please?
It's Maxine Isaac, number 20 Draper Street.
Good morning. I take it you've heard the question I asked the previous person. We only
I
have
have.
one question for you, and that is, are you in favor or not in favor of deferral?
So I'm not a professional to this. I'm gonna defer to what the Draper Street Residents Association committee member agrees to.
And that would be, I don't know, is that person online as well speaking today?
Should be. I know a submission was sent in from a Florence Narayan.
Do we have another speaker online today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this speaker is the last speaker.
Okay, so we don't seem to have that person online. So again, I would ask you the question.
So I agree to the deferral. Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, if we could have the agent back again, please, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. You've heard the 2
Yes.
folks that both agree.
Okay.
So we'll take it into committee and.
Chair, can I ask a quick question? Just the issue about was it an OLT decision on this one?
That's correct. So it was an OLT settlement, which arrived at the 14-story through the site-specific
And who were
bylaw.
the parties to that?
So I believe that at the time, the ability to be a party to an OLT approval was different than it is under the
Right.
current jurisdiction. So I believe, I'd have to check, but I believe the Draper Streets Residents Association was involved
Okay.
in mediation.
So the community was,
Questions of the applicant at this point? None? Okay. We'll take it into committee then and render a decision. Thank you. Okay, anybody want to pick up on this particular item and move a motion?
sure, Chair.
Mr. Clay?
For the reasons cited, I'm sure hopefully successfully conclude the negotiations about financial arrangements. So I think it's a reasonable request. I'll move deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Do you have a second, Mr. Lombardi? Thank you. All those in favor of deferral? Thank you. Mr. Smith, you have a unanimous deferral. Thank you. Okay. And now I think we can move on to the next item, or was there something that I've missed? Oh, I forgot to ask if there were any, or perhaps I did. Files to be closed, that's already been dealt with. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 2 on the agenda. Item number 2 is 189 Rhodes Avenue. And the purpose of the application is to legalize and to maintain the removal of 2 lawfully existing rear yard parking spaces and the construction of a rear second-story exterior staircase without an authorized building permit. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting subject property, order to comply, number affecting the subject property, and we also have email correspondence from transportation engineering, and we have correspondence in support from 191 Rhodes Avenue, and 4 form letters in support signed by owners occupants of 185, 187, 191, and 193 Rhodes. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Name and address, please.
Julia Spagnolo, at my address is 113 Miranda Avenue, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of 189 Rhodes Avenue.
Hi, good morning. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions or of you, or a presentation or some explanation regarding this particular request. Mr. Lombardi has one for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. So, as my colleagues know, I don't look favorably on applications for legalizing and maintaining applications. My question is, first of all, your letter to this committee indicates that you submitted this consent application. This is not a consent application, is it?
No, my apologies. That would have been an error on my behalf. It's only a minor variance application.
All right. And what was the reason for proceeding, for your client to proceed with this construction without a building permit?
So unfortunately, the client was unaware at the time that the proper approvals weren't in place. She did have another consultant hired at the time, and she was under the impression that the approvals were in place and proceeded with construction. And as soon as she found out through the notice to comply that she was not in conformity with the zoning bylaws, she reached out to my firm and we proceeded with approvals.
Thank you. And your client is not here to answer any questions, correct?
No.
All right. And lastly, the letter that I referred to seems to suggest, and this is my reading, that you are somehow blaming the city for this situation. Can you clarify that?
I in no way meant to convey that I was blaming the city for the situation at all, and I apologize if the letter read on that behalf. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this applicant? None? Okay. I'd just like to echo my colleagues' comments with regard to not looking favorably on items that come before us to legalize situations. But having said that, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Okay. All right. Who wants to begin?
Make Dino do it.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Yeah, I mean, I share your comments, and as I preface my comments, I don't look favorably on these kinds of applications. I've said that before. Having said that, I understand the rationale for the application and the 2 variances, so I am prepared to move a motion granting approving the application, granting the 2 variances, and I don't think there are any conditions of approval.
And perhaps if, Mr. Lombardi, if you could just add for the record that the committee doesn't condone.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Sure,
Sorry,
but
Mr. Ghosh?
I'm going to second with the comment that I I do agree with Member Lombardi, but this looks to be maybe just a true mistake versus when we see these applications where there's maybe intent behind it. So I don't know that this is necessarily as bad as some of the situations we've seen. So for that reason, I'm happy to second the motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. We have a motion on the floor. Mr. Lombardi moves, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Bolo, you have your approval. Thank you. Okay, and moving on to item number 3.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can hear items number 3 and 4 together.
Oh, that's correct, yes, 386, 388 and 386, thank you. All right, so item number 3 is 388 Rushholme Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 4-story detached building, a houseplex, with front and rear covered porches, with stairs, front and rear basement walkouts, 2 side south covered entrances with stairs, front and rear second and third story balconies, and front and rear 4th story terraces on the third story roof. Also to construct a new rear 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 garden suite, cantilevered at the east and west sides of the building. There will be 2 parking spaces in the rear yard. There will be a total of 7 residential units on this lot, 6 dwelling units within the main building, and 1 dwelling unit within the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, decision numbers affecting the subject property, arborist report, presentation materials from the agent. We have 2 form letters in support signed by owners occupants of 271 Havelock and 382 Rushholme Road. We also have correspondence in concern from 261 Havelock Street. And item number 4 is 386 Rushholme Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 4-story detached building, a houseplex with front and rear covered porches and stairs, front and rear basement walkouts, 2 side north covered entrances with stairs, front and rear second and third story balconies, and front and rear 4th story terraces on the 3rd story roof. Also to construct a new rear 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 garden suite, cantilevered at the east and west sides of the building. There will be 2 parking spaces in the rear yard. There will be a total of 7 residential dwelling units on this lot, 6 dwelling units within the main building, and 1 dwelling within the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, a decision number affecting the subject property, arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, 2 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of 271 Havelock and 382 Rushholme Road. We also have correspondence in concern and interest from 261 Havelock. We also have correspondence in opposition from 265 Havelock Street. And I think that's all.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers for both items.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Race.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
If we
and
could
committee
get your
members.
name and address for the record, please.
Craig Race, 100 Lombard Street.
Thank you very much. As we don't really have anybody here in opposition, so we don't need a presentation from that regard. But I wonder if my colleagues might
Sure, I
have.
mean, it's a good presentation. I wouldn't mind if Craig
Yes.
kind of took us through it quickly.
Happy to. If staff could please pull up our supporting material. The application today is actually 2 applications. Each seeks a proposed 6-plex and garden suite. These 6-plexes are proposed to have 4 stories for each property. We're seeking 9 variances per property. Next page, please. The site is located immediately south of Bloor Street, in between Ossington and Dufferin. The neighbors to both the east and the north are very large mixed-use buildings. So this site sits in a transition area between the mixed-use commercial development on Bloor and the interior residential neighborhood. You'll see on the next page the impact of that. The neighbor to the north is a large church that is approximately twice as tall as the proposed multiplexes, and the neighbor to the east is a 15-story apartment building. Next page, please. There are multiple policy frameworks that overlap on this site. Garden suites have been a permitted use for many years in Toronto. Sixplexes came into effect last summer, as did MTSAs. This site is within 2 overlapping MTSAs along the Bloor subway line. And although the zoning bylaw amendment for this appears to be delayed, the official plan is fully in effect, recommending 4-story development in these areas. Next page, please. The most significant variances I would characterize are setbacks, all of which are either designed to follow established setbacks on the property or will only affect the subject property. Specifically, the north side yard setback for the main house on the north lot and the south side yard setback for the main house on the south lot. Both of those setbacks are existing. The houses on the site are currently at those setbacks. And the adjacent properties do not have windows or occupiable space that will be affected. Similarly, for the garden suites, we are proposing to conjoin them with the party wall, simply because side yard setbacks in the garden suite policy are intended to preserve light and minimize massing on adjacent properties. Here, the adjacent property is the subject property. So we feel that the improved livability and bedroom sizes are worth the minor variance. If we go to the next page, we did still want to ensure that our side yards were not out of line with the neighborhood, even though we are preserving the existing condition of the main houses. In studying the block for the subject property, we have found that the vast majority are at or below or less than our proposed setbacks. Next page, please. As I mentioned with the garden suites, this additional space essentially provides for 3-bedroom units. If we did not have this space, they would be more like a 2-bedroom, perhaps with a den. We anticipate families or groups of professionals are likely the target demographic for renting here, and that 3rd bedroom will make a big difference. Next page, please. With respect to height, I mentioned there is a forthcoming zoning bylaw amendment that will permit 4 stories as of right on this site. We don't exactly know when that will come into effect, but we have seen from staff's presentation material that it is approximately the height we are showing is intended to go into effect. And as I mentioned, official plan 88 now recommends 4 stories in MTSAs. Next page, please. This is a good illustration of the existing setbacks, but really the key to this diagram is to illustrate how soft landscaping will compare relative to the existing site. Although the rear yard is now somewhat consumed by garden suites, the current rear yard in between the large shed and the main house is entirely paved. We are intending to increase soft landscaping in that area to attempt to offset the soft landscaping loss to the garden suites. Next page, please. The owner did fairly substantial neighbor outreach and door knocking. We have spoken, when I say we, the owner has spoken to the neighbor that submitted the letter of opposition and attempted to get letters of support. And I will simply conclude by saying, if you go to the last page, please, you know, this, to my eye, is a site that is very well intended for 4-story multiplex infill development. Not only does the policy framework overlay here to suggest that City Council wants this type of development to occur here, but the built form context is still overbearing, even compared to the proposed development. And we've attempted to design it as a laudable transition from the mixed uses on Bloor to the interior neighborhood to allow this new type of housing to peacefully coexist with the existing context. Those are my submissions. Pleased to take questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eastman. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So I want to just question you about the proposed height variance. as you likely know, 4 stories is permitted within an MTSA, within which this is located. But the EHON Sixplex's final report, which is a monitoring report that was undertaken by staff and adopted by council, talked about height and considered increasing permission to 12 meters in height for these kinds of developments, but determined that wasn't required and then allowed 10.5 meters. So can you just explain why you need the 13-meter height here? Is it related to the 4 stories, even though that's permitted?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, the permitted height is presently, I forget if it's 10 and a half or 11
Well,
here.
it says 11 in the variances.
Correct. Yes, thank you. The forthcoming amendment, the material we've seen from staff is indicating 13 meters will be the intended target. We don't have final details on that. We have been targeting approximately 13 meters on our 4-story minor variance applications because of that. In this case, with the height of the church and the neighboring apartment, 13 and a half meters allows us to have more comfortable ceiling heights all the way up the building.
Okay. And with respect to the variance regarding rear yard soft landscaping, to me, that's a significant decrease, but I also understand that on existing situation, there's not much soft landscaping there
Correct.
at the moment.
Yes.
And so you are intending to improve the existing condition.
That is our intention. And through the chair, we do still intend to maintain parking. As much as we wish parking was not a factor, and I'm very happy there's no minimum requirement, especially family renters do tend to have some incidents of vehicle ownership. We are going to have 6 fairly large 3- and 4-bedroom units on this site. Likely those will go to families and likely they will want parking. In discussing this application with community planning, we did discuss the trade-off of seeking a larger soft landscaping variance in order to provide off-street vehicle parking. That's also something the neighbors spoke to us about as being preferable to taking on street spaces. So it was the compromise we landed on.
Yeah, I'll give you credit on that because, again, the location is within an MTSA. In fact, I think it's a PMTSA, but it's well served by transit, and yet, and as you said correctly, there's no minimum parking requirement, and yet you're indicating that because of the size of the units you're going to be proposing and offering to the public, you're including parking. So I give you credit for that. We hear many instances from developers who are indicating that because parking, no minimums required, they don't provide parking because there's transit, public transit. But I give you credit for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi.
Sure.
Mr. Clay?
Craig, as you very well know, we often, in these instances, ask the agent whether there be an opportunity for permeable pavers for the rear parking pads. Is that something your client is comfortable with?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I mean, that might help a little bit.
Happy to accommodate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
The 2 variances that concern me is the one that we were just dealing with, and I was going to ask the same thing as Mr. Clay. I think that's a reasonable compromise to get a bit of extra permeability, because just because it's an improvement, it is still a variance, so the more we can improve the permeability, the better. So I think that's an improvement. The only other variance, I think the height is perfectly appropriate at the site. Even higher would be fine when you look at the surrounding context. But variance 8 on both of them, the rear yard setback, and just specifically because one of the letters we did get was talking about overlook into the rear neighbor's yard. So just wondering how you why that's required and why we shouldn't be concerned about the overlook into the rear neighbor.
That was also a determination we made with community planning staff. We could have sought a separation variance to minimize the rear yard space and eliminate parking. Going for a rear yard setback variance for the garden suite was viewed as optimal, primarily because the 2nd story is bedrooms. There's no intention for people to be looking out because people will not want other people looking in to that 2nd story. Our elevations show fairly modest window sizes, and again, it was viewed as the optimal compromise for the site.
Okay, thanks.
Chair, one last thing, if I could.
Yes, please.
Okay, is there a concern in the rear for overlook to the south at all? Like,
We
from
do
the
not
balconies?
have any south-facing windows for the garden suites.
I'm thinking in the main buildings, pardon me, going back to the main building, and the balconies is second and third particular, or the third and fourth particularly?
There are no south-facing windows on the south
I'm
property.
thinking the balconies in the rear.
Oh, certainly, we'd be amenable to privacy screens.
Just, I mean, the north, you wouldn't need them, obviously, but on the
south
south,
side.
perhaps, might not be a bad idea.
Very amenable to that,
Okay.
yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts? No? Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of this application. I mean, let's set the context. It's within the BLOOR Danforth MTSA. It's steps away from the Ossington station and the Dufferin station. It is really the type of missing middle that the city has been encouraging within its OP policies, and OPA 818 certainly clarifies that this type of housing and built form is permitted, and it encourages residential intensification within that context. The applicant has addressed my concerns in terms of height and the rear yard soft landscaping, and also the concerns expressed by the immediate neighbors about that rear yard soft landscaping and amenable to permeable pavers. I think this is the type of proposal that encourages and achieves what I would call sustainable development and or also tree preservation, which is another important policy in the OP. So having said all that and looking at the variances, and while the number of variances is significant, the delta between what is permitted and what is being requested, in my opinion, is not, and it satisfies the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act. So looking at both applications, because they are pretty much mirror images, I will deal with these individually, and I'll put or do I need to deal with them together?
You can do it
Can do it together.
Together? All right. I'm prepared to support this application, approve the 2 applications, and granting the 16 variances in total, 18 variances in total, subject to the conditions related to the permeable pavers and also the privacy screens on the south elevation. And I don't think there are any other conditions of approval.
Mr. Lombardi, I was just wondering if for the second request, and that's the privacy screening, if we could perhaps just identify where the screening would be.
Sure.
I think there's a deck on the 4th
So
story.
I would suggest second, third, and fourth stories.
Second, third, and fourth
Yes,
Of 386.
on
Yeah,
386.
Of
Yeah.
the south side.
Correct.
of
The
The most
386.
Yeah,
southerly,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, with that amendment, yes, I'm prepared to support my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Clay, seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Race, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay. There will just be one moment. Okay, now we move on to item number 5, which is 499 Scarborough Road. And the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 1.5 story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front one-story addition enclosing the existing front porch into habitable space with stairs. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, red line public notice from the agent, and revised zoning notice. We also have 2 photographs of the subject property. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Akhtar, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Hi, could you, I'm not sure if the volume is a problem at your end or at our end. Might just need you to speak more closely to the mic.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Perfect, thank you. Could get your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Faizan Akhtar of FA Engineering, and address is 1237 Woodbine Avenue, M4C45, East York, Ontario.
Thank you very much. Can we just first deal with the red line notice? What changes are being made?
One of the items there were eliminated in regards to the stairs, the front stairs. They were encroaching onto the setback. We've eliminated that.
So that would be variance number 2, the exterior
Correct.
stairs? Okay. So we really only have one variance being requested at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let me just see. We don't have anybody in opposition to this application. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. And I don't see any, so we'll take it into committee and look for a decision.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Are the stairs not being constructed at all?
No, the stairs are constructed. They're just encroaching onto the setback, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll take it into committee now. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a fairly straightforward application. One variance, and I'm never sure if our zoning bylaw has caught up with the regulations coming from the province. However, I'm going to assume that they have not. So the variance that's being requested is actually the required front yard setback is actually reduced 10%. So in fact, the application and the variance being requested is a very, very minimal 0.6 meter setback decrease. So I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application, granting the one variance, subject to no condition.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I'll
Thank
second
you.
that, and just noting that it's as amended. On the purpose.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Brazier. All those in favor of this amended motion? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to item number 6. Pardon me. Item number 6 is 59 Fulton Road, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial front 1-story addition, a partial porch enclosure, and a new front walkway, pavers. The existing dwelling containing 2 residential dwelling units will be converted into 1 residential dwelling unit. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, presentation materials from the agent. We also have staff report from Urban Forestry.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, it's Fulton Avenue, not Fulton Road.
Oh,
Just for the record.
thank you. I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. Stand corrected. Thank you. Okay.
Through you, Mr.
Do you have
Chair,
the
we
agent?
have the order online and no registered speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If we could get your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sure. My name is Sarah Leung. My address is 59 Fulton Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you, Ms. Lung. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or need a presentation, and I don't see any yet. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee then and look for
No
a decision
problem.
for you. Thank you.
Can I just add, I did submit a document, and the person, Mr. Stanley, who I was in contact with, said to mention that it's in the late folder when it was my turn. It's a PDF document with some slides.
Okay, thank you so much.
No
It might
problem.
be in the supplementary package.
Chair, is there anything the agent wants to share with us with respect to that presentation?
Oh.
Did you want to highlight anything in that presentation?
What I did highlight is that, I'm just pulling it up for myself. I did highlight that we are only proposing to enclose the left bay of the porch. The existing roof is going to be retained. Oh, there it is, perfect. As well as the existing structural columns. So the porch footprint as it is actually is going to remain unchanged. And as you see in the photo, that the only shift that will happen is the front stairs will be relocated to the other side in order to create the pathway for the enclosure. If you go to the next slide, you can see I've included the view of our whole house, and it's only the lower porch that we're enclosing in that middle picture. And then the final picture on the right shows the left bay of the porch that we're seeking to officially have approval to enclose. And then if you move to the next page, it's highlighted there on the drawing for you, as well as indicating where the relocated stairs will be, as well as the retained roof and the portion that we're requesting to be approved to enclose. And then if you take a look at the next slide or the next page, it shows our site plan where I've highlighted in yellow our property line, and it does in the gray shows our existing porch, and then the little blue rectangle is the part that we're hoping to enclose. And as you can see, the overall footprint doesn't actually change. It's only that the use for that left portion. And then in the next slide, I've included photos of homes on my street, so on Fulton Avenue, that have already done this in the past. They do have full front porches enclosed. It's a variety of designs and a variety of materials to show the different contexts. And on the next slide, there's additional photos of homes in the neighborhood that have also done the same on Fulton, but also on neighboring streets, so on Arundel and on Browning as well. And then this next slide you've got here shows the aerial photo of my neighborhood, and I've just indicated using the red drop pins where the area is, and you can see my house is the one in the center, but that there are many houses in the neighborhood, just to establish that this isn't something new. It's already pre-existing, work done in the neighborhood. And then on the next slide, you can see that we actually did go around to ask for neighborhood support. So across the street, as well as the houses on our side of the street, to our left and to our right. And we shared with them what we are hoping to do, and we did get their signature of approval for it. So we had spoken to 5 neighbors. And then I think that's really it. The next slide just shows that we really thought about maintaining the neighborhood character, and that really with the, being limited to one portion of the porch, that there's no increase in building mass, and that we're retaining the roof, the existing footprint is maintained, and there's very minimal visual impact, so the development type is appropriate. And then for ourselves, it's desirable for our property, so it does improve weather protection, it preserves the neighborhood character, and it does allow our growing family to have an enclosed entry that enhances our year-round usability. And I think that's really it, just in terms of speaking to the different things we were thinking about in hopes to get the approval for this project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Long. Any other questions? Mr. Ghosh has a question for you.
Sure.
From the photos that you submitted, it looks
Mm-hmm.
like the driveway, the existing state was that it's sort of unpaved dirt pad, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, you mean our home?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think the porch makes a lot of sense as an addition, but if I look at the actual variances, it is removing soft landscaping to pave over that driveway and into the yard, and that's where the variances are coming from. You
Right.
might have heard us ask a previous speaker whether they would agree to have a permeable type of paver, because that
Right.
allows water penetration and sort of mitigates one of the reasons why soft landscaping is regulated by zoning. Would you be amenable to us including a condition that the pavers you add be permeable?
So permeable, and I apologize, as a homeowner, I'm still learning some of these
course.
terms.
It-
That would mean that there's, sorry, would you mind explaining that?
Yeah, it means that it would either be a material that lets water flow through the pavers
Right.
to below, or it would have spacing between the pavers or holes in them that allow a certain amount of rainwater to go to the soil below, rather than
Right.
just running down the driveway to the street.
Oh, yes, that's perfectly fine for us.
So like a design, if you're working with a designer or an architect, or you go to a landscaping company to get pavers, if you say we need to have a permeable system, they'll be able to guide you in the direction of those choices.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that's no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Any other questions at this point? None? Okay. Ms. Long, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you.
Oh,
Okay, who'd like to run with this one?
I'll
Thank
go
you, Mr. Ghosh.
I think the addition is very sensible to their home. The homeowner did an excellent presentation for someone unaided by a professional, and so I commend them for that. That's very helpful. I do think it would be an improved application if the pavers were permeable, so I would move to approve this, subject to the condition that the driveway pavers be constructed with a permeable paving.
There's also forestry one condition.
Oh, and subject to forestry condition one.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
Can I just,
Mr. Lombardi?
question? Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
And I agree with the permeable pavers. I'm just wondering if we want to be specific. So there are new pavers proposed in the front walkway area. Are you also suggesting along the existing driveway?
So it was the driveway that I meant to.
So it's existing, but there's pavers proposed in the.
Well, the driveway isn't existing. We just even though it might be indicated there as existing, I just asked the applicant.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a mud pad.
Yeah. So it'd be specific the front walkway and the driveway.
I'm not too fussed by the front
Okay.
walkway, to be honest, because the front walkway is such a small area.
Okay.
If I would just leave it as the driveway.
No problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, are you seconding Mr. Lombardi? Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Long, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 7. Item number 7 is 216 ROBINA Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to permit a 3-story detached dwelling, a houseplex containing 2 residential dwelling units with a rear 3rd-story deck and a reconstructed front porch canopy. This was constructed beyond the limits of an authorized building permit, number 23231, 199 BLD 00SR. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, covering a letter from the agent, a structural engineering report, a building permit number affecting the subject property, and a zoning applicable law certificate number affecting the subject property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Committee of Adjustment. My name is Lou Parente of 47 Loweswater Avenue, Markham, Ontario. I'll keep my presentation brief as my submitted cover letter outlines in detail why it was not possible to retain more than 50% of the ground floor perimeter walls. Due to unforeseen, sorry,
Sorry, Mr. Parente, sorry to interrupt you. We may or may not require a presentation. Let me just see
Okay,
if
He
my
wants
colleagues...
to go through, let him go through.
Okay. If you can
Okay, yeah,
continue,
so-
please.
Yeah, so due to unforeseen site conditions encountered during the construction, the existing walls could not be safely preserved. I would like to emphasize that the dwelling has not changed in either footprint or height from the plans approved under the original zoning and building permits. I'm here respectfully requesting your support and understanding in addressing the unforeseen construction circumstances. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues would like to ask any question. Mr. Lombardi has a question for you.
Yeah, just one quick question. So I'm looking at variance number 6, and variance number 6 is a Chapter 900 condition, and Chapter 900 is contains legacy policies which are outdated, and the official plan is not caught up with addressing those. How did this application result in a reduction in lot frontage when it's not a consent application? Can you explain the circumstances?
No, I wasn't even aware of that, so I'm not sure. I mean, the original we have the original zoning approval and permit, so I don't know if it was something missed at that time. Again, this, the building has not changed, and this submission.
Sorry, yeah, it's likely that this is, like I said, a legacy issue that may have been in place many years ago. I was just wondering if you had an explanation, but it seems like you
I wasn't even aware of it. So.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clay has a question.
Just
for
great.
you.
So, reading your cover letter, and it's a reasonable explanation, you've demolished the wall. So when you reconstructed the wall, is it in the exact same position as the previous
Yes.
wall? You didn't move it over closer to the line or anything?
No, not at all. No,
Okay.
not at all. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Parente.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Parente, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Who'd like to run with this one? Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
I think the proposed dwelling is reasonable for the site, and that's why it had been previously approved. I do find it funny, just based on my experience on this committee, to say, oh, it's unforeseen circumstance that the wall needed to come down, because of course we see a lot of these. So I would say those constructing as a renovation for zoning reasons, beware, because these walls keep seeming to come down. But that being said, the variances are, well, there's a number of them, they're all reasonable to permit redevelopment of what's a really small bungalow into a more reasonable sized home for modern day on this lot. And for that reason, I would move to approve it. And I don't see any conditions, so.
No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Blazier, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. It's unanimous. Okay. And the next item on the agenda is number 8, which is 336 Pacific Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached houseplex containing 6 residential dwelling units with a front porch, front and rear basement walkouts, and front and rear second and third story balconies. The existing rear 1-story detached ancillary building, the garage fronting Annette Street and abutting the public laneway, will be maintained and unaltered. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering the letter from the agent, a decision number affecting the subject property, and we also have correspondence in opposition from the West Toronto Junction Historical Society. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to do a quick check. Is the speaker from 145 Annette Street here in person? Okay.
Diana Francia.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we've made multiple attempts to locate the speaker from 145 Annette Street and was unsuccessful, so we just have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I wonder if we could get your name and address, please.
Sure, it's thank you. Is that good? My name is Noam Hazan. I am located at 2770 Dufferin Street, North York, Unit 213A.
Thank you
I'm the
very
agent.
much. Thank you. Let me just see. Ouch. Thank you. Let's just see if my colleagues have any. Okay, we're good. Thank you. It must be a FIFA whistle, I think. A red card. Sorry, let me just see if my colleagues require a presentation for you. We
Have a
or
question,
have any
sir?
questions.
I
Go
mean,
ahead, Mr.
the obvious
Clay.
one that screams is the landscaping. I'm sure there's a good explanation for it. Maybe we could ask you to speak to that issue.
Sure, yeah, so we actually improved the existing landscaping at the rear. We haven't changed the rear really. There's an existing ancillary building there. We tried to squeeze as much softscape as we could without impacting the project. So we've gone from 0% to 11% on the rear yard landscaping.
So is the rear the portion of the building that actually kind of fronts onto Annette?
No, that's the front. That's
the front?
Yeah, the rear is the back. Where
Okay. It's a corner lot, right?
yeah, exactly.
So the front is on Pacific, and then it sides onto Annette. You always
correct, yes.
Pull up the location map. I just want to, just for my own.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
It is a little confusing,
yeah.
just in terms of the configuration. It's loading.
We actually have a diagram in our presentation that shows the greenscape at the back. If you'd like to, if you're able to get it.
I didn't see your presentation materials.
While that's loading, just another quick question on the same issue. Am I reading it correctly that there's going to be an improvement in terms of permeable pavers in the back as well? Currently, it's all concrete for the parking, and this looks like permeable pavers in the diagram, but it's not labeled as such.
I don't think we proposed permeable pavers, but we're open to it if that
Okay.
was a recommendation. So there is a section that's driveway, that is the portion leading up to the garage, and then there is some walkway in the back as well. If you go down the presentation a couple of pages, keep going a few more, down next one. Yeah, there we go. Last page. Oh, third last. Yeah, there you go. So you can see the diagram on the left is the existing survey, and then the diagram on the right is where we've been able to add greenscape,
Right.
and everything else is circulation space.
So if you go straight up, that's Annette Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
And the city has determined that the front yard is specific on this one.
The front yard is specific, correct?
Yeah,
that's
that's what I'm
the address.
Yeah, just, given a corner lot, rear and side and front, okay, it kind of gets mixed up,
Yeah,
right?
it's a bit confusing, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
And one last question, Mr. Chair?
Please, go ahead.
And just to clarify, the brick garage will remain, and in reality, that's likely impacting the amount of rear landscaping that can be provided.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. I was just going to ask, it looks like you retained a lot of the the original architectural design to it. I would say it's really quite commendable. From the rendition, it certainly looks really very interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of Victorian architecture in the area, and we really try to maintain some of that quality. A lot of the building had a fire, so we couldn't maintain the building. It wasn't feasible to do a renovation, so we ended up trying to maintain some of those elements as we move forward. And I think, I don't know if the heritage letter saw the renderings, but it's a significant improvement from the previous committee of adjustment, which completely deviated away from the local vernacular, local design.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. There aren't any other questions. We'll take it into committee and look for decision. Mr. Clay?
Sure, thanks, Chair. This is a really good proposal. I thought the architectural look of it is quite pleasing, and I think you're right. There's a whole series of old churches along that street too as well. So it's a nice kind of way to integrate a new building into the existing architectural character of the existing. And the variances before us are really quite minor. You explained the rear landscaping, I think, quite well. I think this is a really good application, which will contribute to this area. And the 6 residential units will also help. There's bus service on Annette, and it's fairly close to the subways as well. So I think this is a really good proposal. If anyone doesn't have any comments, I'm happy to move a motion to approve this one.
Please go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Dino has something?
I'm going to support your application. I just wanted to set the planning context. So this is for a Six Flags. It is a permitted use because this is, Annette is considered or designated a major street in the city's official plan, which allows gentle intensification, although I don't like that term. And so I agree that this proposal maintains the existing and planned context of the street and the neighborhood, and I'm prepared to support the motion that my colleague is about to put forward. So I just wanted to.
Well, you may not like it when I put it out there. You never know.
No,
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. We'll let you conclude.
I will move approval of this application. I think the applicant agreed to put some permeable pavers in and around the garage, so we'll include that as a condition. There are no other conditions that I see, so.
Just the walkway.
Just the walkway? Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Okay. So I'll move approval with that condition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lombardi, do you second?
Having held my breath, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. All those in favor? Thank you. You have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Oh. FIFA fans. Okay, moving on to item number 9. Item number 9 is 172 Coxwell Avenue, and purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling houseplex by constructing a rear 2-story addition, including a basement extension below with a basement walkout and a new 1st-story deck with stairs. There will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the basement level, 1 unit on the ground floor, and 1 unit occupying the 2nd story. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the owner. We also have staff report from Urban Forestry, and we have correspondence in opposition from 170 Coxwell Avenue, 171 and 174 Coxwell Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and we have 3 registered speakers.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Oh, still good morning. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Could we get your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Long Quan, 29 Torrens Avenue, East York.
Good morning, Mr. Kwan. We'll require a presentation because we do have folks in opposition. So you have
Sure.
5 minutes to do that, please.
Yes, okay. As stated, my name is Long Quan. I am representing the owner at 172 Coxwell Avenue. The owner is trying to legalize the existing dwelling into a 3-unit a triplex. The condition of the house is existing. The addition is existing from, I guess, a previous owner, and I believe it was without a permit. And we're basically legalizing the addition, and the deck that's there now.
If I may just interrupt you, so is your application an application to legalize, or is it
Not to legalize? We are
to
getting a permit to have the triplex done, right? But the existing condition of the house with the addition and the deck, it has a variance that was there prior.
So are you actually doing any construction? This is because the purpose is to alter. So any alterations actually taking place, or is this pre-existing?
Yeah, most of it is interior alteration and adding openings to get the correct percentages of glazing for some of the rooms. But as mentioned, the addition is existing and I'm assuming done without a permit, so we obviously have to get that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I can maybe ask a question to clarify. So what's happening here is the footprint and the building envelope is not changing, but you are altering the building because you're renovating it to change it from a single family home to a triplex.
Correct.
Or sorry, duplex?
A triplex.
Triplex, yeah. And so the variance having to do with length, that has to do with the existing building envelope and footprint. But the reason why you found out that you needed this variance was because you applied for a building permit to renovate it into a triplex.
Correct, and that obviously came up.
Hopefully that helps clarify.
Thank you.
Alter the description.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry to have interrupted you. If you don't mind completing your presentation.
Sure, before, maybe we just clarify that we need to alter the description of the purpose of the application, because it sounds like it's already existing. Sabrina? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you can say to permit.
Or it seems like the word houseplex in brackets should probably be scratched out, because it's to alter the 2-story semi-detached dwelling, which isn't currently a. Oh, I see.
Well, we have to take out the constructing too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I see.
So it's to permit the
To
existing
permit.
2-story, but you have to remove the reference to constructing a rear 2-story addition with a basement walkout.
Mr. Kwan, are you following?
Yes, sorry, my apologies, because when we were applying during the zoning application, they said we had to make it look like it was a new addition.
Seems weird.
perhaps that was meant for the plans, because you need to show existing and then new. And
Yeah.
there was something maybe lost in translation that it also got into the description.
Okay, so if we're going to amend the purpose, it should read then to allow, did you say?
Permit.
To
To
permit
permit.
the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling, houseplex, but.
Period.
Period, okay. And then we delete by constructing a rear two-story addition, including basement extension, right up to the end of that sentence.
Right.
And then the next sentence will be, there will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot.
Through
To
you,
the end
Mr.
of that
Chair,
sentence, is it?
We could say to permit the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling houseplex with a rear two-story addition, including a basement extension below with a basement walkout and a new first-story deck with stairs. And then there is a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot.
Those details seem important and relevant.
That part seems to still be an alteration. That so then the second sentence might be to be altered to include a total of 3 residential dwelling units or
Okay.
something.
Is it, again, it's going from a duplex to a triplex, let's
Yeah.
confirm that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the first floor deck isn't new.
yeah.
So allow staff to do.
Who's
their-
actually
have all of
recorded
that.
that?
It's been noted.
It's good?
And perhaps we should give him back some time.
Okay. Mr. Quad, did you get all of that? That the
No, I
purpose is
completely
amended?
understand. Yeah, it did sound, or it does look like we're adding addition, but like I mentioned, everything there is existing from the previous owners.
Right.
I don't know which owner, but we're just making interior modifications to turn it into a triplex. Is basically the end goal.
Okay, great. I feel sorry for whoever's recording, but we've got it. Okay, thank you so very much. We can now go on to listening to the folks that are online in opposition and give Mr. Kwan a chance to rebut at some point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 2 speakers from 170 Coxwell Avenue. I'm just going to check if they're related. Cindy, you've been unmuted, and could you confirm whether you're related to Michael Tang?
Yeah, so I can be speaking on behalf of everyone in the home. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
So is Cindy speaking right now?
Through
Oh, do you
Mr.
want me
Chair.
to start? Sure, yeah. So my family and I live at 170 Coxwell Avenue, which is the semi-detached home directly beside 172 Coxwell. We're here today to respectfully ask the committee to refuse the requested variance. I'm going to refer to the 4 tests that the committee must consider when deciding a minor variance application. First, I do not believe the variance is minor in terms of size or impact. While the application focuses on building depth, the proposal also includes a 2-story rear addition alteration, a basement extension with a walkout, and a new rear deck. Taken together, this is a substantial expansion that would affect neighboring homes through reduced sunlight, loss of privacy, and prolonged construction disruption. Second, I do not believe the proposal represents appropriate development for the site or the surrounding neighborhood. The scale of the addition would create an overbuilt property that is out of character with nearby homes. We're also concerned about the loss of green space and the potential impacts of additional residential units. We have already experienced problems with garbage being left around the property, overflowing garbage and recycling bins, and previous fatal 2024 fire at that property. Third, I do not believe the proposal maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Although the application seeks relief for building depth and the combined effect of the rear addition, basement extension, and other alteration goes well beyond what should be considered a minor adjustment. Finally, I do not believe the proposal maintains the general intent of the official plan, which requires the development to be compatible with the existing neighborhood. Compatibility also requires that proposed development considers the impact it has on immediate adjacent properties. As the attached property, we are directly affected by the construction impacts and the long-term changes this proposal would create. During the previous construction following the 2024 fire at 170 Coxwell, our house already experienced significant shaking and vibration. Given that our homes are older and directly attached, we are concerned about the impact the construction vibration could have on our home again and its foundation. Construction vibration has the potential to cause damages, including cracking walls, shifts in structural elements to nearby properties. The proposed excavation, basement extension, and rear addition creates a real risk for these impacts, and it remains unclear how any of these damages would be addressed or who would be responsible, as the property owner does not live on this property. The extent of the proposed construction also raises concerns about prolonged disruption from noise, vibration, excavation, and general construction activities. These impacts on direct adjacent properties have not been adequately addressed and do not reflect development that is compatible with the existing neighborhood. Beyond the construction period, the larger rear addition would reduce natural sunlight, increase overlooking into our neighboring homes and backyards, and diminish privacy. Therefore, these lasting impacts further demonstrate the proposal does not achieve the level of compatibility intended by the official plan. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse the requested variance. Thank you to the Committee of Justice to give us the opportunity to voice our concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Dung. I just have a quick question for you before I let you go. You do recognize that we have in front of us just a single variance, and it's an existing circumstance, so the request is to permit the existing circumstance. Are you aware of that?
On the letter itself, it says the depth is being increased, and that's the only variance. However, that's not the only variance when there's a whole bunch of other things getting requested.
We only have a single variance in front of us. So there are no other variances that we are addressing.
Yes, but I'm bringing up the other issues that makes it feel like not a minor variance.
The issues, but the variances that we are dealing with, there's only a single variance, and it's a variance that it apparently exists, and we're being asked to permit it.
If I can also try to help clarify that. Thank you for taking the time to come in today to speak with us and raise your concerns. I think what our...
I'm sorry, who am I speaking to?
This is
Katie.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Blazier has a question for you.
I was just going to try to further clarify the bit of confusion I think that's come up here. So what's actually in front of us, and this was the discussion we were having before about changing the purpose of the application. I'm not sure if you heard that. Nothing new is actually being constructed here. This is simply the owner asking us to legalize what has already been built. So from where we're starting right now, there's no future construction planned. I understand your concerns.
On the application, when I was looking at the application, it still says there's a new addition. So that's what I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a kind of a technical back and forth that we're in at the moment. No new construction.
But all the other issues we're addressing are still issues that are still there, so.
Sure. We just wanted to make sure you understood.
Sorry, may I address Ms. Dang?
I'm sorry, were you speaking on behalf, I think Ms. Dang was speaking on behalf of both yourself. Is this Michael?
Sorry, no, this is still, this is Long Quan.
It's the agent.
Oh, the agent. Could you just hold off until we are done with all the folks, and then we'll get back to you? Thank you. Mr. Lombardi, you have a point?
Just to follow up with my colleague, perhaps if we could have the Secretary of Treasurer read the new purpose so that this resident can understand what is before us at the moment. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the record, the purpose of the application is to permit the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling, in brackets houseplex, with a rear two-story addition, including a basement extension below and a basement walkout, and a first-story deck with stairs. Also, to alter the dwelling from 2 residential dwelling units to a total of 3 residential dwelling units. 1 unit within the basement, 1 unit on the ground floor, and 1 unit occupying the second story.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. And just to add to this, the mandate of this committee is to consider whether the variance or variances before us meet or satisfy the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to this next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are unmuting the speaker from 174 Coxwell Avenue.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nadia Rodionova. I'm the owner of 174 Coxwell Avenue. Thank you so much for having me today. I understand that the purpose of the application has been changed. However, I still have concerns that there was some sort of miscommunication between the owner of 172 and his agent, because having some business with, business as neighbors, like communicating as neighbors with the owner of 172 Coxwell Avenue, I would expect that there might be, some sort of surprise that at the end, I just don't want us to approve that construction application instead of this existing application, because that is essentially what can happen. Anyway, I have a few concerns regarding the existing dwelling as well.
Go ahead, please.
My concerns are based on safety, the condition of the property, and the impact on vulnerable residents. First, the landlord has failed to maintain the existing property. There have been ongoing problems with inadequate garbage removal, resulting in rat infestations. There is one extra small size garbage bin, and I believe even more than 3 units in total. Quite a few people live in that house. So the garbage is overflowing, and due to this, I was calling 311 maybe 7 times last week only, and I also reported it to the police because the garbage is hazardous. It is waste, food waste, sharp objects. It is unsafe. There are rats roaming around the house, and it is not being addressed at all. The owner is aware of the garbage situation, but is choosing to ignore it, and that has direct negative impact on the safety of the entire community. Tenants have also reported water damage, mold, and other health concerns. Most tragically, there was a fire that resulted in the death of a tenant.
Ms. Radionova, may I interrupt, please?
Yes.
We have a variance that is being addressed by the committee. All the issues that you have raised so far with regard to garbage, etc., those are not issues that this committee addresses. So we do request folks to address the variances before us.
Okay, let me continue. Perhaps what I have prepared further might address the issues regarding variance. So secondly, access to property is unsafe. The pathway between the buildings is extremely narrow.
Ms. Radionova, but that's not before the committee. Before the committee, we have one variance, and it's to do with the length of the house, which is existing. The committee is being asked to permit it, permit an existing circumstance.
Yes, I oppose permitting the existing 3 rental units because they're unsafe.
That is also not before us.
Okay. Sorry, what exactly is this meeting then about?
There is a variance that is being requested, and that is to do with the length of the building depth, from 19 meters to 19.76 meters. and it is an existing circumstance, so the agent is actually asking for the committee to either permit it or not permit it. But
Right.
since it's an existing circumstance, the question is, do we permit it?
We don't permit it.
You're asking that we not permit it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
So
would
how
you
do
like
we
to know
address the
reasons?
other
So,
issues that we have?
Hello,
Yeah,
folks.
would you like, I'm sorry, I thought I had 5 minutes to express my concerns.
Yes, you do, but I'm trying to expedite by at least indicating that the issues that you're raising are not issues before the committee. We do not deal with issues related to garbage or mice or all the other things that you've raised.
All right, so I'm opposing the extending of the length of the building. Yeah, I don't think there should be any variation approved because essentially the rental units that are currently in place, they're unsafe, and I don't think they should be used. I think that the committee should take into account how the owner of 172 Coxwell Avenue makes it unsafe for the entire community due to fire hazards that are not being addressed, garbage removal hazards
Ms.
that are
Redenova, you
not
have
being
5
addressed.
seconds left.
Okay, all right, then that is it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think those are the only 2 folks we have. Okay, let's go.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can go back to the agent.
Thank you. Mr. Kwan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You've heard the comments. Would you like to provide some rebuttal, please?
Sure. To both owners of 170 and 174 Coxwell, as mentioned, the existing dwelling is existing. You live there. You know it's. I understand that on the drawing says new addition, and we're clarifying that. It's just to allow the variance of 0.76 meters to be approved, and we are working on the interior modifications to make the house safe and legalize the triplex. And on behalf of the owner, he was hospitalized last month due to stress, so that's probably why there is a lack of attention to the property. And once this is underway, he will get it all sorted out.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. If not, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ghosh?
So there's a few things I'd like to address just to help out the neighbors that have been speaking to us. As my fellow panel members have tried to explain, the Committee of Adjustment isn't here to deal with the construction effects of any development, nor to deal with property neglect that might exist in an existing building, nor to deal with any sort of tenancy issues. For those matters, you should call 311 and be directed to the appropriate city department. The only thing we consider is the variance before us, which is a less than 1 meter extension to the permitted length of the building. I say to the permitted length because there isn't any extension that's going to happen to the building. So that's the other, I think, aspect of this application that might not have been clear to the neighbors in reviewing it, which is fine. It's difficult for anyone who's a layperson, or even those of us who aren't, sometimes to wrap our heads around what's being requested. That's why we had to amend the purpose. But it is clear that this entire length of the home exists, And I did hear one of the neighbors sort of ask, well, what if that's wrong, or you're being misled? I can assure you that's not wrong. There's no additional new addition that's going to be put on this building, and the reason why we know that is because there's a 2025 survey that's been included as part of these materials that show that addition at the back going that length. So that survey shows that addition is there. So I just wanted to, before I move to approve this, because I do think it's a minor variance, sort of help explain that because we have the survey before us, we are certain that there's going to be no increase to the size of this building by us approving this. And in fact, if we didn't approve this, what we would in effect be saying is that they need to tear down a part of the building that currently exists. And given that construction seems to be part of what the neighbors are having trouble with, I think a demolition of the home that's attached, a part of the home that's attached to them or in proximity to them, would be just as disturbing, which is what we would have to do if we went with the neighbors and did not approve this. In terms of, I'm going to move to approve it because it does meet the 4 tests to add a housing unit in a location like this, change this to a triplex, and the variance itself is very small in terms of numerical value.
Phil, I was just, to add to your points, just looking at the site plan, and I wondered initially whether to allay people's concerns about extension, we tied to the site plan, but I did notice that the site plan actually speaks to a new addition and a new deck. So I'm not sure what the best approach here would be, whether we need to do that or just leave it.
I would tend to leave it because I'm confident that the variance is just to permit what's there.
But it is unusual to have it listed as new addition and new deck when we've just been through the cycle of confirming that there is no new addition and there is no new deck.
Yeah,
Kinda
no,
weird.
it's a good point, but you can see both of those in the survey.
And ostensibly with, placement and measurement and all of that, it should be pretty clear to the inspectors. I think that the agent gave a good explanation as to why that wording was chosen as well in their communication. So I feel similar to Phil on that front.
Okay, so for the reasons
Mr.
said,
Lombardi.
I'll move to approve it as amended because of the purpose amendment and subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Brazier, thank you. All those in favor of the amended application? Thank you. Mr. Long, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps at this time, the committee wishes to take a 10-minute break, and then we will hear items number 10 and 11 together.
Perfect. Thank you.
Please turn off your videos, microphones. Please mute the room. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones. Please mute the room. Unmute the room.
And we're back again with items number 10 and item number 11. Item number 10 is 208 Bloor Street West, and the purpose of the application is to permit one 36-story mixed-use building which will span across 2 lots for a private student residence use. There will be a total of 426 dwelling units and 220.5 square meters of non-residential retail use at grade within this building. The property is municipally known as 208 Bloor Street West and 210 Bloor Street West are currently under separate ownership and governed by separate site-specific zoning bylaws, Bylaw 778-2022 OLT and Bylaw 778-2024. In the near future, both properties will merge on title under one single entity to facilitate this new development. There is a current site plan control application number 21220574 SDE 11SA, which is currently under review and consideration. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a red line public notice from the solicitor, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the solicitor, planning rationale prepared by Lewis Tinker, Bose Fields Incorporated, stormwater management report, transportation consultant report, presentation materials from the agent, site-specific zoning bylaw numbers affecting the property. We also have agency staff reports from community planning, property development officer, property planning and development from TDC, and we also have a transportation review report, and we have correspondence in opposition from 22 Adelaide Street West and the Annex Residents Association. Item number 11, purpose of the application is to permit one 36-story mixed-use building which will span across 2 lots for a private student residence use. There will be a total of 426 dwelling units and 220.5 meters squared of non-residential retail use at grade within this building. The property is municipally known as 208 Bloor Street West and 210 Bloor Street West, are currently under separate ownership and governed by separate site-specific zoning bylaws, Bylaw 778-2022 OLT and Bylaw 778-2024. In the near future, both properties will merge on title under one single entity to facilitate this new development. There is a current site plan control application number 220574 SDE 11SA, which is currently under review and consideration. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, red line public notice, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the solicitor, planning rationale, stormwater management report, transportation consultant report, presentation materials from the agent, site-specific zoning bylaw number, and we have staff reports from community planning, property and development officer, property planning and development, TTC, manager, and this is from transportation review, And we also have opposition from 22 Adelaide Street West, and the Annex Residents Association, as well as 200 Bloor Street West.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we have a number of opposition speakers here in person, and one person in support online.
Thank you very much. Still good morning. Good morning, Mr. Bronskill. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, last name's Bronskill, Bronskill, first initial D for David. Mailing address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto. And Mr. Chair, I'm joined at the desk. We're not going to go beyond our 5 minutes by Mr. Dror, D-R-O-R, first initial M for Mike, who's the land use planning consultant here as a resource for questions, but we're not seeking any more than the 5 minutes.
Thank you. Since we do have opposition, and I think it's a pretty interesting project, so a presentation will be wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we do have, if staff don't mind bringing up the PDF presentation that we did submit, that should be before you. That's the one, thank you. And if I can start on the next page, just to orient you to the site, which you probably know well already. It's the north side of Bloor, west of Avenue Road, east of Bedford. You can see all of the lands there in red, and you can see 210 Bloor in blue and 208 Bloor in yellow. Slightly shorter property, 208 Bloor, 210 Bloor, obviously a deeper property, extending back to the TPA lot that you see in the rear. As you know, Mr. Chair, in reading the purpose, there are 2 site-specific bylaws that apply to the sites. This is a proposed assembly merger of those properties, often done through Planning Act applications all the time. It just happens to be that they have existing site-specific bylaws. What we're doing through this application is proposing to treat them together, which means there's variances to 210 Bloor, that's the one file, and there's variances to 28 Bloor, and that's the one file. But it is intended as a cohesive development, and I can always talk to the committee about conditions that could be imposed to ensure that that occurs. It is proposed as a private student residence, as this committee well knows. That's been approved in the City of Toronto, both through zoning bylaw amendments and by this committee through a variance application very recently as well. It's a use that hits a real need in the market. U of T's housing report suggests around 350,000 students need accommodation. U of T suggests they might have 15,000. And so it is a real need, and it is an interesting use, and it is a use that is being developed all around U of T, all around TMU, these different types of private student residences. If we can go to the next slide. This just shows a bit more of the context, proximity to U of T, proximity to the subway. I'm not going to spend very much time on that. And then we've got some existing photos, 210 Bloor on the left-hand side. Sorry, the next slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. 210 Bloor on the left, 208 Bloor on the right. Those are the existing buildings that would be assembled. And then the next slide is then the site plan. You can see Bloor being on the right-hand side. So again, 210 Bloor is at the bottom, the longer or deeper property, and then 208 Bloor on the north side. Both of the sites have existing tower permissions. Different numbers of stories were approved at the time, but the same metric heights, 29 stories and 34 stories. Part of the exercise through this design has been to align the floors and reduce the floor to ceiling heights for the student residents. So ultimately ends up being 36 stories. That's part of the genesis for the GFA, and I'll show you that on a slide in a moment. If we can go to the next slide, I'm just going to start with the use variance that is before you. I'm just going to say categorically there is no prohibition on the Committee of Adjustment granting a use variance. That's not what the case law says. I do acknowledge that when seeking a use variance, we have to apply the 4 tests to see whether that use meets the 4 tests. And let's take an extreme example. If I was coming along now to get a use variance for an industrial facility on a site with a CR zoning, you would say to me, Mr. Bronskill, that does not maintain the general intended purpose of the existing official plan designation for the site being mixed use. You would say to me, that does not maintain the general intended purpose of the zoning bylaw being a CR zone. And I would look at you and say, yeah, you're right. This is different. You've got a CR zone that permits a broad range of non-residential and residential uses on the site. Most notably, apartment buildings, mixed-use buildings, retirement homes, and a student residence. That is, this use would be permitted on the site if it was owned and operated by a post-secondary institution. This notion of a private student residence is not something new, as I've noted to you. City Council has approved them in zoning bylaw amendments, and I can talk about that probably in reply. But they've also approved them through, this committee has approved it through variances, and we've noted them for you. I'm going to skip 2 slides ahead just to show you the bicycle parking. We are seeking to reduce the minimum bicycle parking. That's consistent with a future application to the payment in lieu of bicycle parking program and would be secured by a condition. Our approvals are too old to meet the transition provisions. The next slide, GFA and residential GFA. There are increases, but the built form is within the approved envelope. It's just been a redesign with a number of stories and some other efficiencies in terms of putting the buildings together. I wanted to spend just a little bit of time with you on the non-residential and the amenity before finishing my remarks. Non-residential GFA staff, if you can just go forward a couple of slides. It is a reduction in the overall amount, but it's being provided on both sites. And if we go to the next slide, there is a requirement to have a minimum 50% frontage. We're actually getting 67% across both sites. So retail activation is being achieved. Next slide, in terms of loading, each bylaw individually requires a type C loading space. What's being done on this is only having one. It's on 210 Bloor. That's why you see a variance on 208 Bloor to remove the loading space requirement. Amenity space, I'll address with you very quickly. If staff don't mind just going forward with you quickly through the slides. The indoor amenity space is extensive. It's a well amenitized building throughout the floors so that students have space that they can use on each floor throughout the building. The outdoor amenity space, there's a minimum requirement on 208 Bloor for 40 square meters. That's been shifted, and if staff don't mind going just forward one more slide, thank you. That's been shifted. You see it there on 210 Bloor. So there is outdoor amenity space being provided in accordance with the minimum. And if we go to the next slide, really what's happening here is there is a reduction overall from 4 square meters to 3.61. But you'll see that on the overall site, the amount of indoor amenity space is extensive, 4.2 square meters per unit. And then you'll see the outdoor that's being provided. So overall, it's a really an extensive amount. Sorry, 3.51 plus the 0.1 for outdoor gets you to 3.61. I missed the math for you, my apologies. But it's a well amenitized building. Typically, zoning bylaws require a minimum of 2 square meters per indoor. So it's a really well amenitized building. So we think overall, when you look at this as one development, it clearly meets the 4 tests. That's an outline of the variances. You may have some questions now, but I think it's probably enough for us to stop and hear from the opposition, and obviously come back to you.
Mr. Bronskill, just
Yeah.
an omission on my part. I forgot to mention that this is a red line application, so there is one amendment to be made. It's not a major one. Just if we could just do that first before we move on.
Is that in the purpose of the application?
I believe it's in the purpose, and it's to do with the.
We've got the wrong bylaw
I
number.
think it's
in
a
the purpose.
Bylaw
typo
number.
about which
Yeah,
specific
it says
bylaw.
778-2022. This is in 210 Bloor, file number A0327/26 TEY. That bylaw should be 782-2022.
That's
Thank you,
correct.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And does that apply to the second application as well, similarly, or not quite?
Yes.
It does, yes. Okay,
Because both
I've got
bylaws
them
are
both.
mentioned in each purpose.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
great. We've got it for the record. Now we can move on. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to folks in opposition. I'm not sure if they're present with us. Ah, we do have. Wonderful. Hi, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We could have your name and address, please.
My name is Pittman Patterson. I'm a partner at the law firm of Borden, Ladner Gervais, 22 Adelaide Street West.
Thank you. And you've got your 5 minutes to go.
Thank you. And you have my written submission dated June 26. I represent Toronto Standard Condo Corp. 2254, which is known as Museum House, located at 206 Bloor Street West, and as well exhibit residences which are at 200 Bloor Street West on the other side of a shared private driveway between the two condo buildings. And there are numerous residents of both buildings here today, and some will also express their concern. As you know from the submission, my clients strongly object to the two minor variance applications for the detailed reasons set out in the letter, and request the variances not be granted as not meeting the 4 tests. What is proposed is a 426 unit, 1,000 bed apartment building. And it's really important to focus on the beds, that's people. It's apparently to be marketed to students. It's an intensity of use that is wholly inappropriate and undesirable in the constrained physical context. Primarily because the infrastructure necessary to handle that number of students, that number of temporary residents, if they're not students, is completely inadequate. The consequences of the reductions sought in the variances and the intensity of the uses the variances would facilitate will transfer the impacts to the adjacent public realm and the neighboring private properties, particularly the shared private driveway between my two clients' residences. The proposed uses had no public consultation, what appears to be cursory technical review by staff, with no analysis by planning staff of the appropriateness of the variances for the proposed private student residence use whatsoever, and is absolutely more appropriate for the rigorous review involved in a zoning bylaw amendment application. A zoning bylaw review would provide the opportunity to assess the impacts transferred off-site associated with 1,000 beds. As you would have seen in my letter, there are a number of other student residences around U of T and TMU that were required to go through a full rezoning process. And every one of them added private student residence, or the equivalent definition, as a permitted use. Here, it was not entirely clear in the notice if the committee was being asked to add, as a permitted use, a private student residence. If that is the request, as you know, it's not a defined term in the parent zoning bylaw, unlike student residence. And it's our submission that given the intensity of the use and the impacts associated with that use, it is not appropriate to add, by way of minor variance, a use that is not otherwise defined in the zoning bylaw and not expressly permitted. Here to accomplish the intensity of the proposed use, the applicant seeks a 15% increase in GFA, diminished retail frontage, diminished amenity space, bike parking cut in half, and elimination of a loading space. Virtually no usable outdoor amenity space is provided. I want you to picture move-in and move-out day or week at this residence, generally happening every September and May, sometimes at midterm in December. Up to 1,000 students trying to get in and out with one C-type loading dock, not even a truck loading space like type G. 5 parking spaces at the rear, accessed by an already congested private driveway. Only 4 elevators, and no appropriate facilities at the front of the building. The front of the building is Bloor Street. We have a handful of public lay-by parking spaces, just a handful, always in high demand, and separated from the sidewalk by a very busy bike lane. Absolutely an insufficient and inappropriate public realm space to rely on for the functioning of this private student residence. The rear facilities cannot possibly make up this deficiency. Anyone who's participated in moving students in and out of residence knows the proposed setup is completely inadequate and frankly unsafe, particularly in respect of the bike lane. The applicant's review, just in summary, of the pickup and drop-off volumes is completely insufficient, and as you saw in the letter, based on erroneous information by comparison to one of the proxies. All of this is presented in the context of 2 sites that are not yet merged and retain their distinct zoning permissions. The variances are respectfully premature.
Mr. Patterson, sorry to tell you, we are out of the 5 minutes, but I'll give you a few more minutes because we're dealing with 2 applications simultaneously.
Thank you, sir. I was about to say, in summary, we submit that the variances are not minor. For the reasons set out in the letter, and I didn't go over them here, do not maintain the general intent and purpose of both the zoning bylaw and the official plan, and most importantly, don't result in the use of the properties that is appropriate or desirable in this location. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Mr. Clay has his hand up first, so.
Oh, I beat Dino? My goodness. Thank you for that. You cited a lot of planning concerns, and I think we understand that. You did kind of refer a little bit to this in your remarks, but I really wouldn't mind if you could be a little bit more precise in terms of identifying what the kind of core impact on your client is. I mean, we get the fact that there's zoning issues and there's congestion. But could you boil it down for us and really be precise in terms of what's the impact on your client?
Yeah. The global problem is too many bodies, not enough infrastructure to handle that. The only way to get to the rear of the building is through a shared private driveway between my two clients' properties. It is already, and you'll hear this from other speakers, already a very congested private driveway. You've got Uber drivers, delivery people picking up at the McDonald's there, blocking the driveway. One of the speakers will probably speak to a horrific incident that happened in the driveway involving a pet. It's a very busy place already. And that's with nothing at 208 and 210 BLOOR. Now imagine 1,000 students. And they've got two choices for the functioning of the building: get to the back or rely on the public realm, the parking spaces separated by the bike lane. So the largest concern is the translation of those operations effectively to the impact to the neighboring
Right.
properties.
So congestion and access is probably
It's a huge
the
problem
main
there.
things that
Yeah.
your clients are mostly, I'm sure we'll hear from it
We'll
from the
hear
residents.
others, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And, Mr. Lombardi, did you have a question?
Well, my colleague took my thunder. That was the question I was going to ask. As we know, one of the tests, the fourth test, depending on how you roll them out, is the issue of minor. And the courts have determined that minor is not simply a mathematical exercise, but it's one of whether the imputed impacts rise to the level of undue adverse impact. And it's a high threshold to reach. So sort of in an abbreviated way, if you could just add to your answer to my colleague.
Yeah, pleased to do that. I mean, there's different forms of impact. There's impact on my clients directly, which is what I tried to articulate in answer to the previous question. It's the impact of the proposed use generally. And this will be very intense use with 1,000 beds. It's very different than a condo. Let's say this was combined together as a condominium development with 426 units. You're not likely to have 1,000 people living in that building, which is different than a student residence where ideally you've got one student in each bed. And I agree with Mr. Bronskill, it's a high demand use, but this is a wrong location because operationally getting in and out, moving 1,000 students in and out in reliance on that thin strip of parking in front, the bike lane, that's just bad planning in my submission. That's just ripe for conflict and accidents, very difficult to manage. This is a private operation with no particular right over the sidewalk, the bike lane, the parking, so as to control that, and really no opportunity to transfer those operations to back of house, especially with being down to one loading space. We haven't even talked about that as problematic, which it is. I mean, this number of residents moving stuff in and out, we need more than one loading space. So that's the primary concern outside the private realm, if I can put it that way.
And there's the other key issue in my mind, and I'm going to ask the applicant to address this as well, but it's the issue of use. I think this is very significant. And I think part of the problem around that issue is the use of the term minor variance. And I've been trying to convince the planning profession to alter that term, because minor is one of the tests. So it's really variance. But if you look at the definition in 45(1) of the Planning Act, it says the Committee of Adjustment may, despite any other act, authorize such minor variance, well, from the provision of the bylaw in respect of the land, building, and structure, or the use thereof, as in its opinion. So the issue of use comes down to a question of whether we have the jurisdiction to deal with what you're basically arguing is a change of policy, which is really the domain of City Council. Can you just further that issue discussion?
Yeah, happy to do that. As you know, I'm sure the Court of Appeals said it's impossible to define minor variance. There are no criteria set out in the Act, and it becomes a sort of, you know it when you see it sort of thing. It's a question of scale. It's not just a question of type of use. I agree with Mr. Bronsko's example, but that's an easy one. Here we are talking about a type of residential within a CR zone, but it's the intensity of the use. And at some point, it's no longer minor. And I think this is within the committee's jurisdiction. I'm not arguing this is outside the committee's jurisdiction. Not like some of the older cases where you see that happening. I just simply say it doesn't meet the test of minor, given the intensity of the use.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Ghosh?
I'm going to ask you a question that might sound glib, but I don't mean it to be glib. I mean it to be like a serious consideration. You say that this location is not appropriate, but if we assume that somewhere in similar proximity to U of T, you know, there is demand and there is a need to have 1,000 bed private student residence, what is the right location? Because that might highlight, you know, why this is the wrong location, if you can sort of define what would be the right location.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. We certainly haven't done a survey of available sites. But when you look at some of the other existing high-rise student residents, there are a number of characteristics. They're typically not in the front, separated from lay-by parking by a bike lane. That's a big issue in terms of safety. People moving in, pulling their moving truck up, and staggering across the bike lane with their boxes and so forth. So there's that. Many of the ones that I looked at have access to the rear that is their own access to the rear, and typically more space at the rear. I cannot speak to how many loading docks those other residences may have. The zoning bylaws I've looked at typically say type G, and often more than one, but at least type G. And here we're talking about reducing loading to one type C. That's a material difference. So access, the infrastructure necessary to handle the move-in, move-out function, and the number of elevators. As far as we can tell from the plans here, we've got 4 elevators, which I'm not an architect, but I'm informed that is dysfunctional. And you may hear that from others this morning. So those are it's the functional elements combined with the number of beds that is problematic. And so you would look for other sites that can make up those deficiencies.
Okay. There is laneway access to the back though, right? That's how the vehicles will enter and exit.
Yes, through a shared private drive that is already shared by 2 other condominium buildings.
Okay.
So unlike other opportunities, other residences I've looked at, where they have their own drive to the back, this is already a congested and problematic access.
Okay, but with a legal right-of-way through that shared drive.
There is an easement.
Yeah.
Correct.
In terms of, so you said for other private residences, they've always gone through a rezoning, but are you aware of any private student residents that had to go through a rezoning that already had height permissions in place like this one does.
To be candid, the zoning bylaws, first of all, I didn't say it always goes through rezoning.
Okay,
I'm sure Mr. Bronskill will find an example of one that came to this committee, right? And we certainly didn't do a survey. My point was and including the 2 proxy sites in their own transportation report, those went through rezonings. And where we had the addition of private student residence, that typically has been added by a rezoning process. So in terms of the as-of-right heights, I'm not sure, candidly.
Yeah, but that's typically been added through a rezoning process, but there might have been more issues at play than there are in this case that also would have pushed it towards a rezoning.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Those bylaws, the 5 or 6 that I mentioned in the letter, are quite variable. Some are longer, which suggest, as you are, that there were more things to deal with. Others were not terribly long, which means they weren't deviating much from the parent zoning bylaw.
Okay.
I think it's fair to say there's a mix.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Lombardi?
Yeah, just on that note, I want to clarify, other than the impacts, which we can set aside, we've dealt with those, do your clients have any concerns with the density or intensification or building typology of the proposals on this site at this location? Because it is within an PMTSA, it's a mixed-use areas designation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, as you know from the list of variances, there really isn't much deviation from what's already permitted in the site-specific bylaws. So this is really not a built form urban design type case. There is additional GFA sought, which in my submission goes to the intensity question, the number of beds, and that's the problematic thing. The built form, I mean, I've mentioned what we think is a deficiency in elevators, and others may speak to built form, but I think we'd have to concede for the most part the envelope of the building is cooked.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, one last one, if I might.
Please,
I know
Mr.
we've
Clay.
got other speakers who want to speak to us, but since the issue of access has been one of the principal ones that have been raised, so I'm just looking in behind there. I have been to that site in the past. There is a green pea back there, right?
Correct.
This is maybe to let Mr. Bronskill know that I'll be asking this question of him, but there's a laneway that is in between the building structures and the green pea. That's the principal source of access to this structure?
That's right, and that's where the 5 rear parking spaces are located as well.
Right.
Just south of the green pea.
Okay. And the access to that laneway is off Avenue Road?
So
Or-
maybe we're talking about a different lane.
Or is it not
The
Avenue
lane
Road?
I've been speaking to.
Bedford, pardon me, it's off Bedford. Is
yeah,
it Bedford?
Green pea
No,
is Bedford.
it's
Or Prince Arthur?
Prince Arthur.
It's on Prince Arthur, I think. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at, Prince Arthur.
That's not the laneway we're talking about.
Okay. Then maybe, I'm gonna ask the agent when he returns to really help us understand the
Well,
access
this is
issue.
pretty critical. The private shared drive I've been speaking to comes out to BLOOR.
Oh, that's the one that goes, okay,
Between 206 and 200.
I understand, yeah, I've seen that one.
And it crosses the bike lane, yes?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Exactly. And that's the lane that gets into the rear of 208 and 210.
Okay, so the other laneway isn't the principal, again,
There-
I'm
there-
asking you questions I shouldn't be
That's
asking
fine.
you.
I'm happy to address
I believe there's a concrete curb that prevents the green pea from being a vehicular access to this area, so
That
I
is
think
correct.
it's only.
Yeah,
Is
there
that-
there is a
yeah, so it's only
laneway
through the
off Prince
private.
Edward that kind of circles around. So that's why I'm kind of curious as to,
It is
again,
separate.
it's unfair of me to ask you that question, I'll ask the agent that
But I know
question.
the context, and I'm happy to address that, and the members got it right exactly.
Okay,
And,
oh,
yeah,
I
the
see
green
the,
pea is
I see the
separate.
concrete thing, yes, you're right.
And candidly, people will probably try and park there in association with loading and unloading of the student residents, but That's not how we should.
So there's no access to these structures from that laneway?
Correct.
Okay, I understand. Thanks, Phil.
Any
Okay,
other-
thank you.
Any other questions at this point? None? Mr. Pittman, thank you so very much. Sorry, Patterson, thank you so very much. And I think we have one other person speaking in support.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have many speakers here in opposition.
Oh, okay.
So
I
in no
don't have them
parti-
listed, all right.
yeah,
Thank
so
you.
in no particular order, we ask that you come up to the podium, one at a time.
Don't be shy. Thank you. If we could have your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Bronwyn Krogh, and I live at 1 Bedford Road.
Thank you. And you have 5 minutes to make your case. Thank you.
Thank you. My husband and I live in a condo on the same block as the proposal, and we're separated by one building, the hotel. The community opposed the original 210 Bloor Street West development at the Ontario Land Tribunal unsuccessfully, and this combined proposal compounds many of the same concerns about how it will function on the ground. Private student housing is not as of right, and the applicants haven't bothered to host a public information session. It's hoped that the committee will refer this for rezoning to allow for greater municipal involvement in the outcome. There are existing issues on the block. It's a relatively small property, even combined at about 25 meters on a single Bloor Street frontage, served by a shared private driveway off Bloor, as we've heard. The driveway is already used for parking and loading access by 2 established condominiums with close to 300 homes. Access to the private drive to the 3 sites, what would be 3 sites, is very busy with bikes, pedestrian, and normal city traffic. This driveway to Bloor has limited visibility to the sidewalk and the street. There's also a McDonald's restaurant next door that's a magnet for food delivery couriers, day and evening sitting around waiting for orders. It's not unusual to see 6 or 9 couriers and their motos on the sidewalk. The biggest worry is the added traffic volume on an already very busy driveway, sidewalk, bike lane, and street. And there's a volume of traffic that's uniquely associated with students. Deliveries. A friend of mine is on the board at U Condominiums at St. Mary and Bay Streets. It has 2 towers with 1,001 units, organized around a very large private central courtyard and turnaround with a few short-term parking spaces. And it's all accessed off St. Mary, not Bay Street, the arterial road. Due to its location near U of T and others of the schools downtown, the vast majority of the condos are privately rented to students. UCondo's population is actually quite analogous to what this proposal is for. But the site on Bloor Street has none of the advantages that the St. Mary's site has. According to UCondo's staff, they get approximately 250 deliveries a day for all manner of purchases and food, averaging 5 to 6 per hour, daytime and evening. Everything is ordered online for delivery, groceries, meals, clothing, personal and household stuff, and whatever. It's just the student culture now. There's a lot of ride pickup and drop off. Ride hires, it's just another source of traffic. Student population and private accommodation don't always take TTC or have bikes, as the city likes to believe. There's a great deal of Uber, taxi, and visitor traffic in and out of the Bay St. Mary projects. Staff there couldn't enumerate the Uber versus private cars for drop-offs and pickup, but say, quote, it's endless in their courtyard. Student moves. Moving is a major thing since student moves are concentrated twice a year in May, June, and August, September at UCondos. Moves take time. They require elevators, moving rooms, and loading docks, all to be booked. At UCondos, there are 6 per day in these 4 months of the year. They have 2 full-size loading docks, you know, the biggest ones, and they have 11 elevators. The Bloor site they have to provide elevators, moving rooms, and on-site loading to handle student peak demand months. I think that these singular student-associated congestion issues must be dealt with in a city zoning process. Otherwise, they're going to overflow onto public sidewalks, bike lanes, and Bloor Street. And Bloor here is one lane in each direction. And I'll just make the comment that student housing is normally built on campuses or on side roads, not on arterials. And I also would ask that the city, through a zoning process, prohibit short-term rentals here during the vacancy periods, summer months, or, you know, if the 4-bedroom format that's proposed doesn't work in the market. We asked the city to secure a legally binding commitment from the owners to prohibit short-term rentals. Short-term rentals come with their own drop-off and pickup activity, and this property has none of the attributes of a decent hotel site. We asked the committee to recognize that there are real constraints and probable impacts on this block for this particular use. And the new proposal is perhaps just a too intensive ask under the circumstances. And I think that there needs to be a lot more municipal involvement.
Sorry to interrupt, but time's up, so if one if you could wrap up very quickly, please.
I just wanted to say, we just want to avoid creating a permanent problem on this very special block of Bloor Street and on the 3 properties shared driveway.
Thank you so very much. Any questions at this point, members? No? Thank you kindly. Who's next? Good almost afternoon.
Is it afternoon? I was just wondering.
About a minute.
Whether to say good morning or afternoon. Brian Greenspan, 206 Bloor Street West is my address.
Welcome.
And at the 206 Bloor Street West. Yes, that's my address. It's Suite 601. I'm not going to proceed with the remarks I had intended to advance, which dealt primarily with the issue of minor and the fact that this was not, in our view and the view of the neighborhood, a minor variance, but quite a multiple change to the existing approvals. Let me address the concerns that have been expressed, particularly in terms of congestion. And in order to do so, perhaps lead you through the access that we currently have, the issues and the difficulties we have both leaving our building and entering our building as a result both of the sidewalk area, the congestion on the sidewalk, the bike lanes, and then entering now what is a 2-lane Bloor Street, 1 lane going westbound and 1 eastbound. That in itself presents challenges both to safety and to the ability to enter the building and leave the building, both at 206 and 200 Bloor. Our parking requires you to enter this mutual driveway from Bloor, going to the back, which would be the only access to the proposed student residence in the back. There is no access through that laneway that you observed at all. It's cut off completely. There is no access from the public parking and the Green P parking. There's only the 1 driveway. Let's add to the congestion the fact that there are not only deliveries to McDonald's, which is at 200 Bloor, not only deliveries to Circle K, which is at 200 Bloor, constantly congestion at the back. There's also the garbage trucks that are the private pickups from both buildings, those large trucks coming through. The driveway itself is reasonably narrow. If a garbage truck is coming through or one of the major McDonald delivery trucks are going through, it's only a 1-way access. So you have to wait until those trucks leave the premises before you can either enter or exit the building because they're too large for the width of the driveway. In addition, people from the Green P walk over that barrier, it's a very low barrier, and they use it for public access to the ROM and to the conservatory across the street. So there's a constant flow of people walking, and that, again, present a real safety issue currently. We then increase by what is double the number of units that was currently approved, and quadruple the number of residents in the two buildings at 208 and 210. The level of congestion, the level of public concern about safety is not only increased twice or 4 times, it's a geometric progression in terms of what the concerns would be of the current residents. It would be virtually, I mean, it becomes almost impossible to contemplate what the difficulties will be, what the delays will be in trying to either enter or exit that laneway. With the pedestrian traffic, the increased traffic in terms of loading and deliveries. And we also currently have the problem that we've asked the city to address and hasn't over the years. We have signs in the driveway on both sides of the buildings at 200 and 206. The signs are private parking, no stopping. We cite a bylaw without any ability really to enforce or to ticket the people parked in that driveway, because in addition to the flow of traffic are the people that simply come in just going off to pick up something at McDonald's, just going off to get a pack of cigarettes at the Circle K. And they're constantly parked in that driveway, which in itself creates the problem of only, again, one vehicle entering, one vehicle being able to exit at a time. There is no two-way traffic. And then particularly on the weekends and in the summer months, where there is a flow of traffic and a flow of pedestrian traffic to the ROM, to the Gardner, to, quite frankly, to shopping on Bloor Street, very often parked in the green P that has an entrance and exit on Bedford. I'm particularly aware of that flow because on top of living at 206, my law office is at 15 Bedford Road at the corner of Bedford and Prince Arthur. So I see that flow going in and out of the green P, the flow of traffic along Prince Arthur, and that street, almost a street, that goes behind.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Greenspan.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
The street that goes behind, again, has a single access. It's almost a hidden access next to the hotel off Prince Arthur. So it's a very, very private access, and it's mainly for deliveries to the hotel. That's where the access ends, the one that isn't part of the flow of traffic that would service the two buildings, or was to service two buildings, now to service one building. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. You paint a vivid picture. Who do we have next? Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon. My name is Chris Kalantzis.
Hi.
I'm at 206 BLOOR.
Thank you. Yeah, 5 minutes.
And I'm speaking, 10:01, I'm speaking in opposition. This application, as has been said before, it really quadruples the proposed number of people who are going to be living in this building. What had been proposed previously for 208 and 210 were luxury condominiums with very low density, consistent with the small size of these lots. These are extremely small lots for what would be a 1,000-person student residence. If the committee looked at other similarly sized private student residences in the city, the committee would, I'm sure, find that the lots are much larger and are properly serviced by access on property. And what the owners and proponents of this development would require is that these 1,000 people use the public access of one of the busiest stretches of Bloor. This is a prestige set stretch of Bloor for the city. Two of our best institutions are on this block, the ROM and the Royal Conservatory, and our tourists visit this stretch of Bloor every day. It's one of the busiest stretches of the city for tourists, for business workers, for people passing through. It's a busy stretch of Bloor that's being narrowed by bike lanes. The bike lanes are clearly some of the busiest as well in the city. And there's very limited, if at all, parking on this stretch of Bloor. Parking is always taken. There's only a few spots available on the north side at all. In my view, there would be nowhere for people to move in or out. The back lane is virtually impossible, although on paper there's an easement allowing a right of way for a moving truck to even get through that laneway. It would be next to impossible. So to imagine 1,000 students moving in and out multiple times a year using moving trucks, that amount of density would be absolutely disturbing and could easily result in fatalities. This stretch of Bloor has seen multiple bicycle fatalities over the past several years. Multiple people have died because of the amount of density that the city's permitted in this area. So for the applicants to contend that quadrupling the density of their proposed development is a mere minor variance in my submission would be entirely inappropriate. And if the committee even looks at the application material, I'm looking at slide, I think it's 14. You can just see what the applicants are really doing, because slide 14 shows a layout for what they propose their students to be living in. And what had previously been large apartments, if we zoom into the middle, we can see unit 903 is a 78 square foot apartment for one person. It's a 1 bed, 1 bath. So they expect that their 1,000 students are going to be living in as little as 78 square feet. And that's how they accomplish having 1,000 people live in such a small site. It's by squeezing them in and treating their student residences as essentially cattle or chicken. And I think that's a symptom of what the inappropriateness of this application is we have an extremely dense area already, and the applicants seek to quadruple the density of what they're doing in a way that is totally unlivable for the people who are already there, will result in a much more dangerous situation for anybody who passes through, and will be horrendous for the people who would be even living in that building. Again, unit 903, 78 square feet. The indoor amenities, the agent spoke about how amazing their indoor amenity is. Well, if you look at what the indoor amenity is on floors 9 to 19, I think is what this says it is. It's a 57 square foot box. Well, what can you do with that? Maybe that's a garbage room, I don't know. So there's virtually no amenities whatsoever for these students. So these students are gonna have to leave the building. And this is the busiest stretch almost of Bloor. It's all retail, except for what they're proposing. The entirety of every building is either retail or institutional. There's luxury hotels, and then over top, there are large apartments. So this is entirely inconsistent and inappropriate with the application before the committee. And when I'm not a planning expert, but when I look at whether this is minor, in my submission, this is clearly not minor.
Sorry to interrupt, but you only have 20 seconds left.
Thank you. And it does not meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw or the official plan, and this is not an appropriate change. So I would urge you to reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at this point? No? Thank you. Next person. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Get a name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Alec Roth. I live in apartment 902 at 206 Bloor Street, West. And my wife and I purchased our home approximately a year ago. We spent the summer here last year. And we purchased a home understanding what was going to be built next to us. I understand that there are always changes in a city, but we moved into this incredibly dense area filled with in my opinion, lawlessness. I know that doesn't have anything to do with you, but the idea of a for-profit, private student residence, it's for-profit. It has nothing to do with University of Toronto or TMU that they're talking about. This is to make money. And in order to make money, they want to bring in 1,000 students into a community, this block, which is totally lawless. We don't have police, we have nobody to help us. There's no movement. You can't move in this block. You can't drive. The bikes, I'm handicapped. It's extremely dangerous for me to try and cross the street. And the idea of this for-profit student residence coming in and bringing 1,000 students, it has nothing to do with what we originally thought we were buying into. We all love our homes. We love the city, but we're here today to ask this committee to assist us. We will work with anybody, but to bring 1,000 students for profit is not a minor change in the zoning. And I ask that you please deny the application. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you kindly. Let me see if I have any questions for you. Mr. Lombardi?
Just to pick up on your concern about, or your characterization of this as a for-profit, you would understand that if the U of T, University of Toronto, built a residence, student residence, it wouldn't be non-for-profit.
Well, these people are coming in. This is not a university dorm. There's no discussion about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardi. Do you want to sit on the other seat, please, with the microphone? Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Saul Wassermeal. I live at 206 Bloor Street West, Unit 1801. I'm not going to repeat what's been said and so on and so forth. I just want to stress the fact that I think this is a very complex site. The gentleman asked about location. Is it appropriate for student housing? It's not about location. It's about the site, this specific site, how it's accessed, how it's egressed, how it's serviced. And it's a very difficult site. And the problem is very complicated, as you heard, for the various issues that have arisen. In fact, the gentleman brought up the issue of the lane at the back. Very relevant, actually. There is a lane at the back that goes from Prince Arthur virtually out to Bedford. It actually goes through Bedford, through the Green Peak. There were some efforts and some talk with the previous application about actually formalizing that lane and connecting from Prince Arthur to Bedford, which in my opinion, an architect, would solve the problems on this block tremendously. It would solve all the access, egress, servicing, and so on with a proper laneway, public laneway. That has never been executed. It's kind of stopped with when the project stopped at 210 Bloor. But it's something that actually should be studied again because it is doable and that would solve most of the problem we've heard about. But failing that, we have a site that is not functional right now for this intensity and this kind of use, in my opinion. And if we're going to proceed with it, and this site will be developed eventually, something, which I'm all for, but it needs discourse between the proponent, between the applicant and the committee and the community, because it is so complicated, because there are so many difficulties, because of the difficulties we've just talked about. It needs proper discourse and analysis, which a committee of adjustment is not there to do. It needs a rezoning, in our opinion, in order to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody next? Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A name and address, please.
Ron Schmidt, 200 Bloor Street West, Unit 2601.
Perfect. You've got 5 minutes to make your case.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I also
you.
would like to thank the committee for hearing this today. I just wanted to speak to the central question. Is this minor or not? In our submission, together with Museum House, because I'm a member of the board at Exhibit, is that it is not minor. I wanted to speak about the laneway at the back and also what's happened in the past, because I think it's important for context. When our building was approved by the City of Toronto, going through a proper zoning process, not a minor, committee of adjustment process, the city recognized, the planners recognized that this laneway is a problem, but they had no other choice. There was no other access. I personally spoke with the planner, and the planner said a laneway dumping onto one of the busiest intersections, not only in the city, but in the country, is a disaster waiting to happen. His words, not mine. They did try to get access to the back. That laneway at the back, which stretches from Prince Arthur to the back of the hotel loading area, is owned by the City of Toronto. It is not owned privately. The City of Toronto, for some inexplicable reason, gave away a portion of that laneway that's owned by us taxpayers in a 100-year lease for $1 to an American pension fund that is a private investor that basically has control of city property for 100 years for $1. And it stretches from the back of our building all the way up to where the hotel is. And so the city tried to get it back at the time, but they weren't successful because the American Pension Fund or investors said, no thanks, we like our exclusive access. More recently, Councillor Sachs tried to get the entire block together. When I say block, I'm talking about all buildings between Bedford and Avenue Road. To say, let's get together, let's try to get that lease back through an expropriation. And there was a motion that was put before council. Where it went, we don't know, because we haven't heard back from Councillor Sachs in some time. Councillor Layton, who was the councillor before this, also tried to help with this. But here you have councillor members, very well-regarded councillor members, who recognize that this is a problem. Councillor Sachs, in her own words, said, this is a death awaiting to happen, because we have blind conditions on both sides as you exit coming in and out with vehicles. We have over 175 vehicles in our garage alone, not counting Museum House, not counting what's coming with this new development. Here you have, before this was approved, 2 councillor members, Layton and Sachs, saying something has to be done about this. If you reject it today, as we're asking you to do, and this goes through a proper application, one of the things that can be re-explored is trying to get access to this laneway at the back. Because if we could have relief back there, where there was a road between Prince Arthur to Bedford, and it's physically possible, no problem. The hotel can continue to use it, no problem. And if you say, well, you can't really have a hotel use on a laneway, guess who has access just literally 10-second walk away is the Park Hyatt Hotel. Same laneway, they've got 2 loading bays coming onto that laneway, no problem. But if you reject it today, as we're asking you to do, this fault that the city recognized when they approved our building, and 2 councillors recognized when they tried to get an expropriation to get this back on the table, could be re-examined again, so that we could get access out the back, because that would create a safe condition where people are not trying to exit onto one of the busiest roads in the, in the entire country. But if you accept what they are saying today from the applicant, that this is minor, we lose that opportunity to do that. So there are a number, we're not saying no to this development, we're not anti, build anything anywhere near us. What we're saying is, excuse me, my voice is breaking up here. If you reject this, this is one of many things that can be examined and see if we can create a safe condition. Again, we're talking about one of the most dense areas as far as pedestrian, cycling, and vehicle use. and we've already had accidents out there. It's just a question of time before we have something worse. So please consider that in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Interesting history lesson at the same time. Thank you very kindly. Any questions, by the way? None? No, okay, we were good. Thank you. Okay, who's next? Are there no other speakers who want to come forward? None? Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Mr. Bronskill, perhaps we can get you back at this point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the record,
sorry.
The speaker in support no longer chooses to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you very kindly. So we can now go to Mr. Bronskill. Thank you, Mr. Bronskill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's all yours, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to try and go through some of those comments, and then obviously welcome questions that may still be lingering with the panel. And in particular, talk a little bit about private student residences and just remind the committee that a public student residence is permitted on both sites. So the whole notion of an intense use with beds through a student residence, I want to suggest to this committee that has been decided. It has to be a public student residence. What we are doing is using a definition that has been endorsed by City Council for a private student residence. So the intensity of use as a student residence is something permitted by the zoning bylaw today. The difference in terms of what we are asking you for is to permit a private student residence. And I'm going to suggest to this committee, none of the comments about congestion, use, intensity of use were any different if it was regulated by a university versus being regulated by one of the many private operators that are in the city. Campus living is associated with this facility. And you can go by any number of those private student residences. I worked on one of the first ones in the city on College, on the south side of College, getting just east of Spadina. It's been there now probably for about 10, 11 years. Contested OMB hearing, approved on that site. I worked on the Primrose Hotel conversion. So the notion that they're not on arterial streets, it's not actually true. The Primrose Hotel, corner of Jarvis and Carlton, converted from a hotel into a very successful private student residence. Home, which I guess in terms of marketing, they decided to spell H-O-E-M. As another example, on Jarvis, opposite Allen Gardens, private student residence, really servicing TMU. I'm just using those examples to say that they have been permitted for a long time, they have operated for a long time, and rather than using a condo, suggesting that a condo's got congestion issues, I note that none of the opposition came forward saying, I've got testimonial from any of those facilities operating today in the city, indicating that they're out of control, that they need regulation, that there's a problem with them. I would have thought you would have heard that today. And I'm going to suggest you why. It's because they're not. They are fitting into the fabric of downtown communities, and it's just that they have to be in proximity to post-secondary campuses, universities, and colleges. That also gets into a bit of the issue about congestion. I want to remind the committee, there's no parking garage here. There aren't cars coming out of this facility on a daily basis into that driveway. And I'll deal with deliveries in a moment, because it's actually in the BA report that's been reviewed and accepted by city staff. They've looked at deliveries, which you don't often do, frankly, through condo and rental building applications, but we've done it for this application. There's no parking garage, there's no cars. So there isn't a daily change in that driveway in terms of more cars, whereas 210 Bloor, which went through a rezoning process, a contested rezoning process, and a multi-week LPAT hearing, because I was there, had 80 spaces proposed in the garage. And this whole notion of the use of the lane that comes up from Bloor and comes into the back, and that was just for 210, was explored through that rezoning application and through an LPAT hearing. And it was decided that for that condo, that use of that lane, it was appropriate from a transportation perspective. 208 Bloor then went through a rezoning process for a 29-story building. And again, that one had city staff support for approval using the lane. It didn't have a parking garage. I don't want to mislead this committee. It didn't have a parking garage. No parking was proposed. But 210 was already known. 208 went through, fully supported by city staff. This is not, I want to suggest to the committee, some new out-of-the-blue Planning Act process. This is a variance application to 2 rezoning processes that have gone through extensive public consultation, looking at the lane, looking at its use, looking at traffic, understanding Bloor Street, understanding the bike lanes, and understanding what exists today. And the question I would ask the committee is, let's look at what about a private student residence versus a public student residence might be triggering the concerns about congestion. That takes me to the BA report. And I don't want to read it all because that would not be fair in terms of time. And that would not be fair in terms of boring everybody to death. But when you go through the report, I want to pull out just a couple of things. Observed delivery traffic by vehicles at private student residences. Home on Jarvis. Two-way rate, they observed 6 deliveries. Forecast pickup drop-off traffic and accumulation based on observations at Campus 1 and Home. They were proposing 10. They actually said at 85% of the time there'll be 0 vehicles accumulating. At 95% of the time there will be 1 or fewer vehicles accumulating. They actually went through pickup drop-off. They went through delivery demand. They went through all of it to look at how it would be on the site and concluded it was fine. And through the site plan application process, transportation staff at the City of Toronto have accepted that, and you do have correspondence in your file from some of the various departments, including them. They also looked at residential move-in arrangements. The laneway is 1. The 5 spaces at the back is another. They've also looked at the fact that the green P at the back would be used. So you could come in, pay for parking, park, and you access the back. BA also observed move-ins at Home Campus, Campus 1, and Parkside Residence. That's the former Primrose Hotel I mentioned. How they did them, how they managed them, and concluded on this site it could be accommodated. And again, transportation staff have reviewed that and signed off on that. And there's pages on the general move-in and move-out process that are summarized in that report, and I won't go through all of those. So we're live to this issue. We have not ignored it, and we have in fact addressed it. There was a suggestion that a Type G facility is provided in some of those facilities. What was not mentioned to you is that where Type G loading spaces are provided in some of those other campuses, that's because there's dining offered. So you're getting food deliveries. There's no food deliveries here. So that's why the Type C is appropriate. The move-in, remember, this is a furnished private student residence. So we're not having large moving trucks. One of the speakers, I think quite eloquently said to you, remember when you moved in and out of a college or university? I don't think any of you had a moving truck. You had your parents' minivan. That's what we're talking about in terms of moving in and out of these units. Let's be realistic about what is actually happening through this proposal. There was a suggestion made about short-term. The intention here is that the units are rented throughout the year. Short-term would require a license if we went to any type of short-term rental. There's already protection in place for that. There was a suggestion that going through a rezoning could reopen the laneway process at the north. I'm going to suggest to you that's not true. For a couple of reasons. One, since approval of Exhibit, it's in that staff report for Exhibit, there's been a desire to have the laneway run from Bedford across the back of the hotel out for Prince Arthur. That's a long, long time. It was raised as part of the process for 210 Bloor. It was not achieved. It's been raised since approval of both of the zoning bylaw amendment applications for 208 and 210 Bloor by the councillor's office. The impediment is not the planning process. The impediment, as the speaker noted to you, is ownership, and it's on the city to expropriate. That's not something that happens through a rezoning process or a variance process. And our client has been involved in that process and would love to see that laneway achieved. It's just not something that we can control. It's not something that a rezoning process can control, and unfortunately, it's not something that this committee can control.
Mr. Bronskill, sorry to interrupt. Yes. We've gone past the 5, and I understand you've got a lot to respond to, but if we could begin to wrap up, please.
I'll do one last thing, sir, thank you, and I'll
Thank you.
stop. And then I would just note, I mean, I brought it for me just because I think it's, and I do want to talk maybe about a condition with the panel through the questions. I did bring it in hard copy, it's in the record though, but I thought it's important. 510, 528 Yonge Street, and 7 Breadalbane Street. 2024, actually heard at a public hearing, March 19th, 2025. To alter the development standards for a new 59-story mixed-use building, which was under a site-specific bylaw 193-224, altering the permitted setbacks and permitting a private student residence on the lot. The definition of a private student residence is what we are proposing. This Committee of Adjustment unanimously approved that variance on March 25th, 2025. So we're not coming before this committee and asking for anything different. Mr. Clay was the chair at the time, and as I called him, the two Reeds were there, Mr. Dylan Reed and Mr. Peter Reed. So obviously a different panel. I know it's not binding upon you, but it's not new ground. This is a process to achieve private student residences where they've already gone through a comprehensive rezoning process that dealt with height and density and GFA and all of those things. I'm happy to answer any other questions that the committee may have, and also talk to you about a potential condition.
Thank you, Mr. Bronskill.
Just on that, can I, while he's on that thought, can I didn't catch the address, David, that you referred that previous decision to.
Yeah, it's Yonge and Breadalbane, 510 to 528 Yonge Street and 7 Breadalbane Street.
Okay.
If I may just begin by asking a question. I know we've got colleagues who want to riddle you with questions as well. You mentioned something that's interesting, the student residence duration. Will students be required to have like a 1-year lease or a 4-year lease, depending on this? It's not just September to May or June, whenever so you get this rapid moving in and out. Is that the intention?
The intention is that they are 1-year leases.
Full 1-year lease.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some questions I was going to ask before I heard all the presentations, and then my mind kind of turned to the access issues, because I think there have been a lot of good points raised with respect to the access issues. I think you've done a good job of explaining your position on them. But it actually brings me back to my very first question, because some of what you're saying about the access being less of a problem has to do with, maybe there won't be as many food deliveries as you think. Maybe the move in and move out will not be that intensive. And so my original question, looking at this proposal, is for a bit of a better description of what all of the amenity spaces are. I assumed that one of them would be some sort of cafeteria, and that's how the eating, but I think we need to have a sense of how this residence will actually be used in practice, because when I look at this application, I think our biggest hurdle is going to be, in the 4 tests, is going to be appropriateness of the development, to be honest. And so, if we can get into the weeds of what the amenities are on each level, what the amenities are at the top, how students are going to actually use the building in a way that doesn't place those strains on the neighbors, that would be helpful.
For sure, I can answer that. So as I noted earlier, just in terms of the outdoor, we are meeting what is required by the bylaws for both sites with that patio space out on Bloor Street. The intent of the amenity, there is not a cafeteria. There are kitchen facilities in each of the, I'll call them units, as you go up. So the intention is not that there's a dining hall or cafeteria that people go to. The amenities that are provided throughout the floors, and then there's also amenity provided on the roof, and there's amenity provided, some of the below grade is amenity as well. And that's why you see the large number for the indoor amenity space totaling 3.51 square meters per unit. Some of the amenity space, and some of this comes from consulting with Campus Living. We've also consulted with a company called Bernard, which reviews the livability of student facilities, and it also comes, frankly, from touring other private student residences. Study rooms on floors, so that your example, you're in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit, you do want a place where you can go. Group studying facilities are offered as well. Gym facilities are offered as well. There's a bike repair station being provided as part of the below-grade amenity space. It's the types of amenities that you might see associated with condominiums and rentals, but they are designed for student use. I would suggest to you the biggest difference, though, is you don't, unlike condos and rental buildings where the amenity space is amalgamated, particularly into one floor, and you have a big amenity space, the idea here is you will have some of that amenity space, but then you'll also have it on each floor so that students have study rooms, quiet rooms, group study rooms, places that they can go to on their floor as well. So that's the overall design and intent of the amenity space, if I'm answering the question.
Yeah, no, that is helpful. But then in terms of cooking and eating, that's, so when we look at the individual units, they have a common area, and then they have the bedrooms, and then they all have their own bathrooms for the most part.
Yes.
But the common areas are quite small compared to the bedrooms, and so those common areas are essentially kitchenettes?
Yeah, they're kitchenettes and seating areas for that unit.
Okay.
So while they may appear small, if you've got a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, it's really intended for those 2 people living, that they have exclusive access to that space at the back of the, I'm gonna call it at the back of the unit. The bedrooms are on the windows, the backs of the units then have the common space and the kitchen facilities.
Yeah, and they'll be cooking and eating in there, or cooking and bringing it to their room.
Yeah, and I'm not, I don't wanna mislead this committee. There will also be deliveries. The nature of the student population today is very different than when I was a student way back when, where you walked to, Cora's Pizza at Spadina and College to pick up your pizza. Cora's Pizza will get delivered, for sure. And that's why BA Group went through looking at deliveries at other private student residences to understand how that Uber economy might function in a private student residence.
Okay. Coming now to the access issue, was there ever anything explored about accessing through the Green P? Because that's another...
It's been discussed over years and years and years. It's just not something easily possible through any of these, through a rezoning or through a variance process.
Most Green Ps are not gated, and it's pretty common to have lanes associated with Green Ps, but not in this case.
No.
Okay.
It would be available as paid, and I think one of the strategies for move-in would be you would pay for people to come and stage in the Green P to be able to use the move-in facilities. But that would be paid in coming through the gate and parking and unloading with your child and then leaving again, but not coming in and accessing the back. Now, truth be told is, once the building is up and operational, there isn't much vehicle access to it other than move-ins. There is the Type C loading space for some use and deliveries, but there aren't daily cars because the students won't have cars. And if they do have a car, they got to park somewhere else.
Yeah. I'll move on from the access, because I think it'll be something for us to deliberate in committee. I think it's been addressed. Another issue I had right off the bat was the retail, and then I think you actually did a good job of addressing it in your openings, that, across the entire lot, it's 67%, so it is still a quite active retail space. I am wondering what is the percentage, like what is the size reduction that's being sought if you sort of average it out across the 2 lots?
If we average it across the 2 lots, see, we only need the variance on 208 Bloor because it was supposed to provide 400. For 210 Bloor,
what was 210 Bloor supposed to provide is sort of my question.
That
like,
had the second floor with the non-residential. Yeah, there was no at-grade retail through 208 Bloor. You'll notice the variance is a minimum gross floor area for non-residential uses is 400 square meters, and is proposing 173. The retail was, and we don't have a variance on 210 Bloor for the amount of retail in terms of square footage. I'm not sure I've got a number of what was, we can try and find it and come back through as we're asking other questions for what was in 210 Bloor before, through that process. They are now combined into one unit, and I do have that number for you.
Yeah, because just a reduction from 400 to 173, it's less than half. That's quite a substantial reduction.
Yeah.
But if we look at the site as one site,
Yeah.
and that might make the reduction seem more
There's
palatable.
220.5 square meters of non-residential overall, which is the at-grade retail.
Oh, okay.
There was a maximum for 210 Bloor of 120, but no minimum.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it is a pretty sizable reduction.
And that was based on 208 Bloor having second floor non-residential.
Okay. I'm not sure that it's actually needed, because I have a hard time seeing this lot getting developed as two projects. I think probably the coming together is because of construction feasibility works much better for this as one. But you had mentioned, because those variances make more sense as a combined lot, that you had thought of maybe a potential condition to
Yes.
that this be constructed together. How would you word such a condition if we did want to impose it?
I would suggest doing two things through one condition, should the committee see fit to authorize the variances. I would see a condition that would tie construction to a single building on both properties, and also tie the variances to this use. So that if it's not a private student residence, the reductions that are being sought, for example, for amenity, don't get turned around for something else. That the bike, although there'll be a cash in lieu for the bike, that doesn't get turned around for something else. So for example, one wording that I had in my head that I actually wrote down to make sure I would have it is, and we took an approval from Raglan, actually recently, June 17th, 2026, that had language that tied those variances to a retirement home or nursing home. Not to Mr. Clay and Mr. Ghosh, through you, Mr. Chair, both remind you, but you were both on that panel, and you had a condition that the approved variances must be tied to the use of the building as an apartment building containing a retirement and/or home and/or nursing home. So we put them together and said the approved variances must be tied to the construction of a single building on the parcels of land currently known municipally as 208 Bloor and 210 Bloor, and the use of any such building as a private student residence to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Planning, Toronto East York District Development Review. So do two things. The variances could only be used if there was a single building on both parcels, and they could only be used if that building was a private student residence.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense in this case, because then if it weren't, we could get the retail back. You need the ground floor space for the amenities, for the egress of the students, et cetera. So, and like you say, the amenity as well. So that all makes sense if we were to approve. My last sort of standard question, all of the conditions proposed you're aware of. You've talked about the transportation cash in lieu. You're aware of the planning department one as well. But I also noted the TTC wants you to go through their sort of usual.
We understand.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're all acceptable. Planning staff, not surprisingly, has been fully engaged through this process by Mr. Drouin and others. And so we were expecting that memo with the proposed condition, because we understand they don't have any objection.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Please go ahead, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, first of all, I'm very familiar with this area, having been at U of T in Oise in the late 1800s when it was much less developed. I joke. And I wanted to make a point to one of the residents who's in here today objecting, talking about the size of the units and 250 square feet being unusable. I can tell you that I was at U of T Scarborough 1 year in residence in a 250 square foot unit that had shared bathroom facilities in the building. No bathroom in the unit. So it is, because that's all I could afford and as a student. So it is usable, and it is still there, that building.
Did they have plumbing back then?
They did. You had to bring the water in, though.
Electricity?
Anyway, so I have so many questions. So let's start first with the issue of whether we have jurisdiction here to deal with the use issue. I believe we do, but I asked this question of the lawyer representing those in opposition, and so I'm going to ask you the same question. Now, I have the benefit of being on TLAB where, and I don't know if you were on that file, but we did deal with these types of use questions, and so I believe we do have jurisdiction, especially with respect to this one, because I think it's a matter of terminology. I don't think it's a matter of policy change, which I think is when a rezoning should be required. So I'll ask you the same question. You deal with that issue?
I can. I certainly believe the committee has a jurisdiction. I believe that jurisdiction, not surprisingly, through you, Mr. Chair, comes down to application of the 4 tests. And I did pick a very easy example in my earlier submissions to you on a use variance that I think would fail the 4 tests in this case. I think that's the jurisdiction that use variances are viewed through. And in this case, and in particular, I'm just going to look at the variances as being requested. So for 208 BLOOR variance 5, in the CR zone, the residential uses permitted under the letter R in the zone level include a student residence, defined as premises owned and operated by a public school, private school, post-secondary school, or educational facility, consisting of dwelling units, bed sitting rooms, or rooms used for student accommodation. In this case, the new building will be occupied by a private student residence, which means premises owned or operated by a third-party entity consisting of dwelling units, bed sitting rooms, or rooms used for student accommodation. It is a use variance. I'm not going to suggest you it's not, but really it is also a change in the definition to get to that use variance. And that is that it's no longer a student residence owned and operated by a public school, private school, post-secondary school, or education facility. It's a private student's, which means it's owned or operated by a third-party entity. And this language that we worked with planning staff on to then have for the buildings department as part of issuing their zoning review is taken from other definitions, including Young Breadalbane, as well as City Council looking at fresh development applications, approving height and build form, and approving private student residences. So we're not introducing anything new. It is something that I think is within the jurisdiction of the committee. It is a definitional issue, and I do believe it meets the 4 tests.
So to follow up on that, given the first 2 tests, do the variances meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the general intent of the zoning bylaw? Within that context, do you believe that this?
I do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the designation as a mixed-use areas designation would clearly permit this type of use, so I do think that general intent and purpose of the OP is maintained.
Okay.
The zoning bylaw obviously does not, because it permits a student residence, but I do think the intent of the bylaw with that broad range of residential permissions is being maintained by essentially adding or varying that student residence, have a private student residence.
Next question, and I'm going to assume that this is ostensibly a student residence building.
Yes.
So I'm not being facetious here with this question.
Okay.
Why would a student require more than 1 bedroom? You have 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom.
Oh, when there's a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom, you have roommates, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So you might be an introvert like me and want and pay a bit more for a 1-bedroom with a bathroom, or you might be able to pay a little bit less where you've got, for example, on that floor plan, there's a 4-bedroom plus a 3-bath. So you would have an individual lease to your bedroom and have access to that bathroom, the 3 bathrooms, but shared with 4 people, and your common area would then be shared with those.
Okay.
So you essentially have roommates.
Got it, thank you.
But each of them would have a lease.
Right, okay. With respect to the issue of access, ingress, egress, movement, etc., you've got the BA report. Have you been in consulting, whether it's development or land use planning? You hire a consultant, you give them direction, and they provide or produce a report. I tend to believe what I read in the BA report. You kind of, touched on it in your concluding remarks, but can you just very, very quickly, in an abbreviated fashion, go through the conclusions that were reached with respect to, movement of vehicles, parking, et cetera?
Yeah, the conclusions are extensive.
Right.
They go on page 25 of that report. They have key findings, and they go through 24 different numbered points. And some of them deal with the transportation context. Some of them deal with transportation demand management. They note the 5 short-term parking spaces, for example, which can be used for pickup and drop-off as well as deliveries. They do talk about the site access. They do talk about how it's going to be better with no parking garage whatsoever. They do 3 on the pickup drop-off, and based on their site visits for others, conclude that it's appropriate. They go through the residential building move-in arrangements, again, based on their observations, and I know BA's worked on a number of them, conclude that it will work here. They do pedestrian trip generation, that they expected will be approximately 120 two-way pedestrian trips and 260 two-way pedestrian trips during the weekday morning peak hour. But that's, I think, acceptable coming out onto BLOOR. They look at the short-term spaces, the fact that there's no parking. They do the loading and have 2 recommendations. They look at the bicycle parking. Given the scale, the amount of vehicular traffic generated will be very modest and will not have any undue impact on the area, public street, or private laneway networks. And then they conclude again with the transportation demand management.
Would you agree that, if I could just tie that all in with one word, it's that there'd be a modest increase generated?
Yes.
That's okay.
From a vehicle traffic perspective, yes.
Okay.
There are more people.
Yeah, thank you.
I certainly acknowledge that, but from a vehicle and pickup and drop-off and delivery perspective, it has been reviewed comprehensively. And Mr. Chair, I would add just one thing too. I know in this process it's a little bit difficult because, of course, I'm going to ask you to prefer a report that was prepared for our client. It has not been subject to cross-examination. However, city staff have reviewed it. And this is not a case where you have a contrary memo from transportation staff coming out and saying, this is a bad memo, refuse this application. You have the opposite.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other questions? Ms. Plaisir?
Yeah. One more clarifying question. On the pickup drop-off
Yes.
comparables, are both of those locations also not, they don't provide on-site dining services, or do they have cafeterias?
No, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I'm glad you asked it. Let me just find, because they noted for the pickup and drop-off, they divided between the Campus 1 facility on 253 College and Home on Jarvis. The Campus 1 facility on 253 College does have dining and does have a Type G loading facility. Obviously, there will still be deliveries in the modern student world, but they do have access to food on that one. Home at 186 Jarvis did not have food facilities. No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this point? None? Thank you, Mr. Brownskill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perhaps at this point we'll take it into committee and deliberate and come forth with a response. Okay. Who'd like to lead off?
Sure.
Ms. Gord, please go ahead.
I'm happy to lead off, but I think we'll have a healthy discussion on this one. Inherently, having 1,000 student residences across from U of T, right downtown, on top of an interchange subway station, and steps from 2 others at Bay and Museum, it makes sense and is in keeping with the official plan. I have no issue with any of that. And it being a private residence versus a public residence, I have no issue with that either. The additional GFA, I think, is minor. Again, it's permitting that intensification of use that I think is appropriate and minor in the circumstance, and the building envelope has already sort of been all determined. So I don't personally either see undue impacts from this necessarily, aside from maybe the increased traffic, which I do think there will be in terms of Ubers and delivery, and there will be a lot at changeover times when people are moving in and moving out, even if it's not, Mr. Bronskill made a great point that it's not going to be moving trucks, which is sort of what I'm envisioning, and if it's furnished units, it will be something less. But so where I feel like what it really comes down to is actually that fourth part of the appropriateness, because it's the appropriateness to this site, and this site has weird constraints in terms of the delivery and the fact that it's on Bloor Street with the separated bike lane with only very few parking spots there. I think a lot of us are familiar with it, and the lane being a private lane with an easement that I'll admit I'm guilty. I definitely used that once to get to the conservatory. So its appropriateness to the site is appropriate development, the fourth part of the test that I have the most trouble with. But I think at the end of the day, though, a development like this probably is appropriate in this location, but for those issues that it sounds like the block and the city needs to work out in some other way to make every building in this block work better. Like it sounds like an expropriation or some sort of connection through the green P to that laneway is something that needs to happen for the whole block. So do we say because that hasn't happened yet, this can't, we're not going to grant this because the site isn't yet appropriate, but it might be in the future? Or do we say the site's as appropriate as anything else that's been developed here with this sort of weird situation that needs to be resolved by the city? That's kind of my quandary.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
Sure.
Mr. Clay?
Without unduly echoing what Phil was referring to, I'll just boil it down to this. I don't have any real problem with this being a student residence. I think the density that is being contemplated for this particular site and this location makes infinite sense, close to institutions, close to commercial, close to higher order transit. It's inevitably going to be a site that is going to be intensified. It's almost crazy that it's a 1 or 2 story building along Bloor in that site already, and it hasn't already been redeveloped. I don't have any problem with it being private versus public student. I mean, the proximity to U of T makes infinite sense to provide accommodation for the student population there. I think, quite frankly, where I have the real difficulty is the access, is the concern that have been raised by many of the residents in the area, and Mr. Greenspan particularly, I thought was very helpful, and I think articulating what could be practically expected in that laneway and on that site, given the unique nature of what's happening in terms of deliveries and Amazon and food deliveries and all that kind of interactional activity that inevitably is going to be happening in a place where you have 1,000 students congregating. It is just going to happen, and there is issues. I take that when students and their parents move them in, it's going to be a ban, but it's also going to be U-Hauls. It's also going to be larger structures, or larger vehicles. So if this were a site that had access to a secondary road or a street that frankly wasn't Bloor Street, it is arguably one of the busiest streets in the city. From a vehicular perspective, even though it's down to 1 lane, from a bicycle perspective, we've all been there. It is very, very busy with bicycle traffic and pedestrian traffic. I think many of the residents have reflected on the fact that there have been incidents there, and it's not really surprising. It's almost inevitable that more serious accidents are going to happen there. It's a weird it's a weird access point to a very, very busy street. So I think most developments, whether the Young and Breadalbane, I don't recall that one, but other student residences, I'm gonna assume that it has different access to streets, and it's not access directly to the kind of street that Bloor is. And Phil, you nicely summarized how it meets, how it relates to one of the 4 tests. And I think that is the challenge that I have with this one is that had it had different access, had it, you know, that laneway that get accessed by Prince Arthur, that seems to be a much more logical way to service this site. And if it's a historical anomaly that for some reason or other we can't use that, then that needs to be addressed. But this site needs something different to it than singular access to one of the busiest thoroughfares in the city. And I personally, I can't support it on that basis. Again, I don't have any problems with it being a student residence. I don't even think the residents have a problem with that, but there is a legitimate safety issue here and a legitimate capacity and congestion issue that, to me, the way it's been described means it is unsuitable for this site. So for those reasons, I won't be able to support that today.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Any thoughts, Ms. Bessier?
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of extra thoughts too. Yeah, I was looking at the comparables that were provided, which were really helpful. And they are quite recent. They're only from 2025, I think, in most cases. But I do think that culture around deliveries and drop-offs, and it's just escalating. And I wonder even if these numbers would look different if they were taken today. And for that reason, I think that the presence of the bike lane, which is such an important thoroughfare for so many people in this city, it already has major safety issues in a lot of places, in spite of the city's best efforts to separate it and make it as protected as possible. I think, as Member Clay has just indicated, there's real safety issues here. And for me, the appropriateness comes down to the presence of the nature of Bloor Street, but more specifically the presence of that bike lane and the unique challenges that it presents.
Thank you, Ms. Bessier. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you. Well, my colleagues have touched on most of the issues that I was going to raise. So in terms of the 4 tests, I believe that the applicant has made a strong case. The one test that I would have a concern with, as opposed to my colleagues, I think this is an appropriate, desirable site, and it's appropriate, is the test of minor. And again, I'll often quote this, but the courts have determined, and this was Vincent versus de Gasperis in 2006, I believe. One of the outcomes of that court case was that a variance could be so large as not to be minor. I reference that because I don't think any of these variances reach that threshold. I think they can be considered minor. My concern, and by the way, I'd like to thank all of those who attended today's hearing. You presented a very strong case. But I think this is an appropriate location, and I'll remind everyone that this is still has to go through site plan approval process. And I think that's where issues about accessibility, et cetera, for this site will be addressed. And the city will have to, and the applicant will have to deal with these issues. So just from the 4 tests and from the variances and the applications that are before us, I'm prepared to support the applications, so.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Perhaps I'll throw in my 2 cents worth now that I've heard everybody else. Again, I think it's the whether it's a student residence or seniors residence is not issue. Is not an issue for me, certainly. But I have listened intently to the reasons why there's the folks in opposition are in fact opposing it, and I think, as Mr. Clay was just talking about his reasons, I'm often reminded that every time I've been to Kerner Hall, especially during the fall and winter months, and trying to cross Bloor Street, jaywalking, mind you, across to the hotel access to Green Pea, there's always a possibility of getting run over by a bicycle or a moped, or it's busy.
You got to move faster.
You know, say we're slowing down. I'm in my last quarter. So I don't have any concerns about the fact that it would be a student residence and so on, and configuration there. But I think the issue of, and I think, Mr. Lombardi, whether you mentioned the notion of access is going to, regardless of what structures are built there, I think access is going to be a huge issue. And that has to be resolved in some fashion. I think, and so when I go back to what you were talking about, when we look at the 4 tests, I think the first test is the one that I find difficult, and that is the impact. There's impact. And it's the nature of the impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and the neighbors are the folks in the condo next door, sharing that laneway and so on. So I find it very problematic from that perspective, and I, like Mr. Clay, I think I find it difficult to support this particular application.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of minor versus the appropriateness for the site, I think it is minor. Because I'm not.
Is it me?
Are we good now? Okay.
That's weird. Oh,
Come on over here, Phil.
Hello? Okay.
There you go.
So as I was saying, I think it's minor in the sense that I think the impact on the existing residents of putting the housing there might not be as large as it is the impact on the future residences of the residence itself and the safety to those members. But you know, I'm talking myself into a circle. Additional traffic in this area is additional traffic. So, yeah, the fact that something is going to have to be built there and it's going to have some level of traffic concern no matter what is, and that the issues with the property are going to have to be resolved one way or another. I think maybe I'm coming around to Dino's perspective that through site plan and you know, through some means, the city would ultimately resolve this, but that's.
Okay. Ms. Brazier, any other thoughts at this point? No? Okay. So perhaps we'll look for a motion. Mr.
Well, I
Clay,
think
would you like to
we
try
can
one?
tell where this is gonna go, so I'll just move a motion to refuse.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Plaisir seconds. All those in favor? 3. All those opposed? 1 opposed?
I'd rather abstain, I'm just too.
And one absent.
That's permissible.
Okay.
Thank
And it's
you.
refusal as amended.
Yes.
So the decision is to refuse this application. Vote of 3 to 2.
To 1.
3 to 1 and 1 abstention. Thank you. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we'll just take a 5-minute break, okay? Everyone turn off your videos, microphones. We'll mute the room.
To you? Oh, because of the delay. Yeah. Got it. Oh, I cleared the place. We go to 18? 18.
So that gets us through matter 11.
I only went to college for 14 years.
Seriously.
206-902. Thank you very much. You gotta give these people some lessons on how to use a microphone. I could barely hear. I gotta put it right there. I mean, this lady will be heard perfectly. You put it right there. Thank you for your help, everybody. I appreciate it.
Just check, check Zahir.
It's right here.
Okay. Okay, members, let's turn on our videos, microphones. We do have quorum, so we can continue.
Okay. Is that? Okay, thank you. Okay, and we're back. We're at item number 12, which is 245 Strathmore Boulevard. Purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached ancillary building containing one laneway suite cantilevered at the southeast portion of the second story abutting the laneway. There will be one undersized vehicular parking space located below the cantilevered portion of the ancillary building, with a new rear driveway abutting the laneway at the southeast portion of the lot. There will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot, 2 units within the main house, and 1 unit within the ancillary building. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, red line public notice from the agent, 3 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence between the agent and community planning, covering letter from the agent. We also have staff reports from urban forestry, from transportation. We also have a report from TDC and community planning. We also have correspondence in opposition from 243 Strathmore Boulevard and 247 Strathmore Boulevard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers online.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Oriana Nanoa, registered professional planner at Design Plan Services, Inc., located at 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, Toronto.
Thank you so very much, and welcome. We will require a presentation. We have a couple of folks in opposition. So please go ahead when you're ready. We have 5 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before I begin, I will note that we have worked with planning staff, and staff have indicated their support of the proposal. Based on the staff report, they also recommend approval tied to the plans as it relates to the proposed soft landscaping, which we are agreeable to.
May I interrupt you? I do apologize. I forgot again that there's a red line. It's a red line notice. Could we just deal with that before you do your presentation?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My
So
apologies.
we would like, yeah, no problem. Thank you. We would like to make an amendment to the public notice specifically for variance 3, as you see there. That is related to the soft landscaping area between the laneway and the main dwelling. So we have increased the soft landscaping there to 16.26 square meters or 52.9%. So the previously proposed was 9.11 square meters.
Thank you so very much, and I apologize again.
No problem. Thank you. So just to continue, so based on the staff report, planning staff report, they have recommended approval tied to the plans as it relates to the proposed soft landscaping, which we are agreeable to. And we are aware of both the TTC conditions and advisory comments, as well as the urban forestry condition. And we are also aware that transportation review staff have no concerns with the application, subject to the conditions noted in their memo, which we are agreeable to. I have provided a justification letter as part of the submission. However, I will provide a brief presentation. So to begin, the proposal is to construct a laneway suite. If staff could just pull up the visual in the justification letter within Appendix C, that would be great. So variants 1 and 2 relate to the proposed 5.01 meter separation distance and the proposed 6.03 meter height of the laneway suite. These two variances are essentially linked. Essentially, if this were a one-story building at a maximum height of 4 meters, the proposed separation distance would be permitted as of right. Conversely, if the building were set back an additional 2.5 meters, the proposed height would also be permitted as of right. As such, the separation distance and height of the building is already contemplated by the zoning bylaw. As shown by the illustration in Appendix C, there is only a small portion of massing that requires relief from the bylaw. The rest of the laneway suite is entirely within the as-of-right construction envelope. Appendix C is just, yes, further down the justification letter. Thank you. So the proposed laneway suite has been designed to mitigate potential privacy concerns, overlook, and massing impacts. Specifically, the proposed laneway suite does not include any windows on the east or west facing elevations, is only 2 stories in height with a flat roof design, with reasonable ceiling heights approximately 2.4 meters, and only has 2 windows along the north elevation at the 2nd story and 3 windows at the rear facing the laneway. The proposal also does not require any additional variances related to setbacks, coverage, laneway building length or width, or the number of stories. The existing garage is already located approximately 5 meters from the main dwelling, and this laneway suite would share a similar footprint. Proposed laneway suite represents a more efficient use of the underutilized rear yard space to provide an additional residential unit for the owners and occupants. Appendix B within the justification letter shows similar or even smaller separation distance of other ancillary structures along Strathmore Boulevard. If staff could just please move to Appendix B in the letter, that would be appreciated. Essentially demonstrating that these distances are not an uncommon condition for lots of similar size. Other laneway suites have also been approved and exist within the surrounding neighborhood with smaller or similar separation distance and similar heights, including 295 Strathmore Boulevard, approved for a 5-meter separation distance and height of 4.3 meters, 329 Strathmore Boulevard, approved for a 7.46 meter separation distance and height of 5.62 meters, and 80 Lamb Avenue, approved for a 5-meter separation distance and a height of 6.3 meters. The planned context also contemplates 11 stories within the R zone, 14 meters and up to 16 meters of permitted height along Danforth Avenue, which is just across the laneway at an approximate distance of 5 meters. And the property is also located in a MTSA and is approximately 100 meters away from the Greenwood subway station. Thus, the laneway suite will fit in with this context and represents modest intensification in line with the initiatives of the City of Toronto, which permit laneway suites within lands designated neighborhoods and within all residential zones. In terms of variants 3 and 5 for the soft landscaping, I will just briefly discuss those together. These, of course, relate to the soft landscaping. So the proposal will improve the existing condition, which is primarily concrete surface with limited vegetation between the laneway and the main dwelling. The revised proposal does increase the amount of soft landscaping to 16.26 meter, as I previously stated. And the reduction of soft landscaping between the rear of the dwelling and the building is also minor and approximately represents a reduction of 0.5 square meters and is not anticipated to result in adverse drainage, landscaping, or landscaping impacts. As demonstrated in the submitted materials in the cover letter, similar or greater reductions have also been approved within the surrounding neighborhood. In terms of the parking space, the proposed length is 4.92 meters. However, that seems to have been an error in the zoning notice, as the existing plans show the parking length is actually 5.6 meters. However, the variance remains on the notice, so I will address this within the hearing today. The parking space is entirely on private property and will not create adverse impacts on neighboring properties or traffic operations, and allows for functional maneuvering and use by a standard vehicle. That concludes my presentation. I believe this proposal represents good planning and meets the 4 tests set out under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions. Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you at this point.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So you revised variance number 3. how did you achieve the increase? That's a significant increase. I know not in quantity, but in terms of percentage.
Yeah, so if you go to the site plan there,
Yeah.
you will see that the concrete area, there was a majority of a concrete area towards the east of the dwelling, and that area has been completely replaced with sod. And there is a slight, actually, if you go to the second drawing there after this.
I'm looking, sorry to interject, I'm looking at the landscape plan of the revised submission.
Yeah, this one here,
AS1.
yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
So that area, that concrete walkway there has remained, but this entire area you see that's sort of hatched is the improved landscaped area.
Okay, but you still have a large concrete area, concrete patio, concrete, right? You're keeping
Yeah,
that?
those areas will remain. It's the hatched area that will be replaced with
So
new
the-
sod and landscape area.
So that, sorry to interject, so previously that was concrete as well?
Yeah, there was, based on my visit of the site, there did appear to be some vegetation along sort of the lot lines on the east and the west.
Okay.
But the majority of it was concrete.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
thank you.
correct. No problem.
And perhaps if I may just ask you a quick question. In the laneway, there are a couple of structures, not yours, but that seem to also have significant height. Would that be correct? That I'm not sure if it's just the wall of garages, but they seem to be structures that have ladders that go up, staircase that go up to a rooftop deck of some kind behind. This is in the laneway, almost directly, presumably behind your property.
Behind the property.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a Google
Those-
map view.
They front onto Danforth, right? So that's the rear of commercial buildings on
Okay,
Danforth.
that's the commercial stuff. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. I think we've got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right, thank you so very much. Let's move on to, I believe we've got a couple of folks in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to call the speaker from 243 Strathmore Boulevard to
you.
the podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bruna Amabile, and my husband and I live at 243 Strathmore, immediately beside the proposed laneway suite. We have lived there for almost 50 years. I recognize that the city is encouraging residential intensification and greater housing choice throughout established neighborhoods, and I fully support this objective. However, I also believe that that intensification must be carried out in a way that respects neighboring properties and that the standards that the city has adopted to balance new and old together. My concern is not with the laneway suite at all. My concern is with the dimensions of it. This application is asking for a building that is more than 50% taller than is normally permitted, while at the same time reducing the required separation distance by about 1/3. Those two standards exist together for a reason. If a building is taller, shouldn't it be further away to reduce the neighboring impacts? I've also provided some documentation with exhibits where we have superimposed what it would look like. So Exhibit A of my submission shows how large this building would be on this 20-foot lot, narrow lot, I might add. The proposed laneway suite would occupy almost 88% of the width. Together with the existing house, nearly 60% of the lot would be covered by buildings, with essentially very limited soft landscaping. My greatest concern is the impact this is going to have on my family's enjoyment of this property. I would like to also share that highlight that the survey plan submitted by the applicant doesn't show the extent of my house or my deck. Our deck is where we spend our time, mostly outdoors with the nice weather. It's where we eat, it's where we entertain. Exhibits B and C show just how close the proposed building would be to that space. In essence, that wall is halfway onto my deck, looking right over us, and the windows above looking directly into my bedroom and my bathroom. The proposed second story, sorry, that was about the windows. Because our property is immediately west of the suite, we would also experience additional morning shadowing over the deck and backyard during the months when we choose to use these spaces the most. There is an existing garage structure there, absolutely. However, it's much shorter in length than the proposed laneway suite and half the height. It's the combination of the proposed length and height of this building that is creating the cumulative impacts on my property and the enjoyment of my property. Finally, I'd like to ask you to look at Exhibit D. This is a photograph that was taken from our deck with a schematic outline of the proposed building. I believe it provides the clearest indication of what this proposal would actually look like from our backyard and the effect it will have on our outdoor living space. It will make the space in my backyard feel confined, with a building literally on top of us and out of proportion for the lot. The exhibit clearly shows the reality of what is being proposed at the expense of my property and my ability to enjoy that property. For me, this application is about balance. I support the appropriate intensification, but I don't believe that should come at the expense of neighboring property enjoyment and openness between homes. I also would like to note that this proposal deviates significantly from the city guidelines and intent and should not be approved as outlined. Please allow me to, I was going to share an example, but before going there, there was one item I did not include in my submission, but I want to bring it. I don't know if this is the right place. I also noticed they've got a proposed bike rack, which is fine, but they're positioning it on a mutual right-of-way, thereby almost limiting my access to my backyard, and I also oppose to that. And I think that's because of such limited space between the steps and the building they're proposing. You have to see it to really understand it. I came up with a very exaggerated example, just to try to prove my point. So please allow me to share that with you. If you're on the so I'm getting a little nervous because I've lost track of where I am.
Just want to remind you, you're running out of time.
Okay, well then I won't share the proposal, but what I was gonna say very quickly is there are rules in place for a reason. If you get a speeding ticket on the 401, you're going 50% over that speed limit, there are implications, and there are implications for the safety and enjoyment of the other drivers. The same thing similarly should hold true. Again, an exaggeration, but the principle remains the same. So for these reasons and the cumulative impacts on my property, I respectfully ask the committee not to approve the requested variances. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Any questions at this point? None? I do have one, if I may.
Sure.
One of the photographs that you had, it's the, I don't have access to it, but it's the one that shows from your backyard, you were looking at the existing structure. So one photograph shows the existing structure.
Right.
And the next one is a rendition that you've presented.
Exhibit D, where it shows the existing
and
then
so
building.
just a guess. How high do you think the existing structure is?
The existing garage?
Yes.
The existing garage is right there. You can see it.
How tall do you think it is?
I'm not good with measurements.
On her diagram,
My
she says
husband
10
might-
feet.
My husband might be able to answer that. My
sorry.
husband might be able to answer.
As tall as the ceiling here?
And that's what you see where it says existing. So under Exhibit D, if you go to Exhibit D, that is the structure that's there now. So you
That's
can
correct.
see it. And then this is the proposal on the other side. So
It's probably about 8 feet?
yes.
8 feet thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and then coupled with how it's coming out, you'll see
Says
that
10 feet
my
there for the
fence
existing
there,
garage.
it's right on top of me.
Do you think it is?
So it's the
okay.
combination of, it's the combination that's really what's impacting us.
Okay. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome,
Thank
and
you.
thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. And the next person that we have.
Anna, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Could you get your name and address, please?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Anna Mele, and I am here today representing my mom, Grazia Kalia, who owns and lives at 247 Strathmore Boulevard. It's the house directly beside the proposed laneway suite at 245 Boulevard.
Thank you. You do have 5 minutes to make your case.
Thank you. My mom has lived in this home for over 60 years, so this property means a great deal to our family. I want to begin by saying that we are not against the laneway suite itself. We understand the need for more housing. Our concern is with the additional height and the overall size of the proposed building and the impact the requested variances will have on our home. Because the lots are only 20 feet wide and we are very close together, the additional height and size of the building will have a much greater impact on our property than it would on a larger lot. It is not just one variance that concerns us, but the combination of the additional height and the overall size of the building and how close it will be to our home. These changes will reduce the natural light in our home and backyard, affect our privacy because the second floor windows will look directly into our home, including my mother's bedroom, and make our home and backyard feel much more enclosed. Instead of looking out to open sky, we will be looking at the side of the building that is larger than what is normally permitted. On narrow 20-foot semi-detached lots like ours, a building of this size has a much greater impact than it would on a larger property. These are permanent changes that will affect my mother's home and her enjoyment of the property every day. For these reasons, we believe the proposed building is simply too large for a lot this narrow. It is the combination of the additional height and the overall size and scale of the building and its close proximity to our home that makes these variances more than minor. Together, they will have a significant and lasting impact on my mother's home, including its natural light, privacy, and overall enjoyment. We respectfully ask that the committee refuse the requested height variance. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. Seeing none, thank you very kindly. Thanks for your participation. Okay, I think that's all the folks we have.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers, and we can go back to the agent.
Thank you. Ms. Nano, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, you've heard the comments from the two folks, I suppose immediate neighbors. Before I ask you to respond to them, may I just ask a quick question of you? What is the height of the existing structure?
The height of the existing structure, let me see. My apologies, Mr. Chair. I do not have that information. Yeah. Yeah, my apologies. I do not have the that information or the height of the existing garage.
If you were to guess, what would you say?
I would say
approximately.
Approximately, I would say 3 to 4 meters, just an approximation.
Great. No, that's great. That helps a lot. Thank you so much. I'll let you provide some response to the neighbors' concerns.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the neighbors' concerns, and I will try to address their concerns. The proposal has been carefully designed to minimize potential adverse impacts. As I stated, the proposal requires no variances for setbacks, lot coverage, laneway building length or width, or the number of stories. In addition, there are no proposed windows on the east or west elevations. Specifically, this has been intentional to eliminate opportunities for direct overlook into the adjacent yards. And the overall building envelope remains substantially consistent with what is already contemplated by the bylaw. Another point that the neighbor at 243, I believe, mentioned was regarding the 88% calculation and 60% calculation. I would just like to note that neither appear to correspond to a variance that is being contemplated today. The coverage of the laneway suite is compliant at 22.6%, and the total coverage on the lot is 52.9%, which includes the main dwelling. Again, there is no lot coverage variance, and the overall coverage complies with the bylaw. With respect to the exhibits noted within the neighbors' materials, respectfully, I cannot confirm that the exhibits accurately represent the building envelope or the actual proposal. I will note that, again, there are no east or west facing windows, and this was a deliberate design decision to eliminate the potential for overlook impacts. And really, the privacy relationship is between the occupants of the two dwellings on the same lot where the laneway faces the main dwelling. So the intent of the separation distance variance is in large part to limit the privacy and overlook and massing impacts as it relates to the main dwelling, as well as to provide for open space within the rear yard on the property in which the laneway suite is located. It is also important to note that the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 6.3 meters for ancillary buildings, and the proposed height is already contemplated by the bylaw under certain conditions. The subject property is also located within a PMTSA where provincial and municipal policy encourages additional housing opportunities in proximity to higher order transit, thus demonstrating that planning context encourages gentle residential intensification, and that is anticipated within this location. Again, higher heights are also contemplated just 5 meters past the laneway along Danforth Avenue, with 14 meters and up to 16 meters permitted along the Danforth, and 11 meters are also contemplated within the R zone. And with that, that concludes my submissions. Thank you to the neighbors again and to the committee. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to the landscape plan, the AS 1.1, it's on the screen at the moment, or it was. Yeah, thank you. Within that bubble, there's that dark T section that extends from the existing home, the main home. That's a block porch, I understand, with stairs?
That's correct. That's a concrete porch to access the rear of the main dwelling on the lot.
Is that covered?
That is, just give me 1 second. That is not covered. There's just metal railings on either side of the stairs there.
So it's just a landing?
Exactly.
Okay. And last question or comment. You talk about 11 meters in this area being permitted. You understand that's not for a laneway suite?
Yes, through you, Chair, I understand that. That was just to identify the existing plan context within the area. So that was the intent there.
Yeah, but that would be, I'm just trying to clarify, that would be along Danforth, and that would be for small apartment buildings.
Along the Danforth, correct, yeah, 14
Okay.
meters and up to 16 meters.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? None? Okay, we'll take it into committee now and render decision. Thank you. Okay, maybe I'll just start off by noting that the photograph of the existing structure I find quite interesting because there's already a bit of a height. And whether it's 10 feet as the gentleman suggested, the neighbor, or as the applicant guessed between 3 and 4 meters, it's already imposing. And I think in terms of if that existing structure is currently 3 meters, we're looking at double the height. So I find there's a massing effect in somebody's backyard, both neighbors. So the impact on neighbors is my concern at this point. I think it may be the height is of concern. I'm not sure what your thoughts are. Mr. Lombardi?
Yeah, I share your concern, Mr. Chair. This is a narrow lot, and if you know the area, this is an older City of Toronto neighborhood, mostly made up of semi-detached dwellings. The lots are very tight, setbacks are tight, especially side yard setbacks. They are not that deep, and most along the laneways in this location have garages that are 1 story in height, and they're simply that, garages. I just find that the variances for the separation, the height, I mean, there's a reason why the City of Toronto, in their laneway suite regulations and reports, talked about establishing a specific relationship between building height and separation distances in order to reduce things like overlook, shadowing, massing, scale, etc. So I tend to agree with the neighbors that perhaps those variances depart from the objectives of the official plan when it comes to laneway suites in this location. And perhaps combining this structure with the main house and the narrow, the reduced separation distance on a 20-foot lot may be too much building on this site. So I'm thinking, in my perspective, the built form perhaps exceeds what was contemplated by the official plan. So I believe that the first 2 variances fail to meet individually and cumulatively the 4 tests in the Planning Act, and therefore I'm not prepared to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you.
Mr. Ghosh?
I take a different view. I just looked, and there's a reason for it. And it's all about location. It's backing onto the laneway that has businesses fronting onto Danforth. But not only that, it's so close to Greenwood Station that if I even try to, walk my way around to the lane, you pass by the station to get there. I just looked in Google Maps. It lists it as a 1-minute walk, to Greenwood Station. So I am not disputing that the neighbors to either side will feel an impact, but when you look at the size of this laneway suite on this type of really narrow, semi-detached, also not deep lot, it's not a large laneway suite that they're proposing. So they need the variances to have a laneway suite that can provide 2 bedrooms like this one does and achieve those intensification goals that with MTSAs are like, this is exactly where it's supposed to be. And so the kind of harsh reality for the neighbors is, if I think in a planning context of where the city's going to be in 10 years down the line, this laneway suite is not what won't fit in. It's kind of those existing properties. This is the sort of block that is exactly meant to change right now in a very substantial way, and there could be 6 plexes here. There could be, 60-story as of right buildings going on to Danforth because of main streets, or major streets zoning. So I think the variances, I think it is the sort of development that so much is in keeping with what the official plan wants to take place, and we're either saying you can't build laneway suites here, or these sorts of variances to me are minor. Yes, it impacts those yards. Yes, they'll have a building that's sort of encroaching upon their use of the yards, but is it an undue effect on it in the circumstances? I don't think so.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Ms. Plaisir?
Yeah, thank you both for those thoughts. Yeah, I sympathize with the neighbors' concerns, and I definitely understand that this kind of change can feel dramatic and imposing, but I think in the policy context that we're working with and the location, as Philip has very effectively outlined, I think that this is a really ideal site for something like this, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Mr. Clay, any thoughts?
Nothing to add.
Okay.
Well, I'll move it, and we'll force out Mr. Clay on his position. I'll move to approve this application, subject to the transportation conditions, the planning conditions, and Forest Street 2 as amended.
There's also TTC.
Oh, and TTC.
And TTC, thank you. Okay, do we have a seconder? Ms. Plaisir, thank you. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. All those against? Okay, 3 to 2. You've got your approval, ma'am. And there we go. Alrighty. Okay, moving on to item number 13. Item number 13 is 105 BELSIZE Drive. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling, a houseplex, by constructing a front basement walkout and a front yard parking pad. Also to convert the existing front integral garage into habitable space, 1 residential dwelling unit. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the basement level, 2 units on the ground level, and 1 unit on the second level. Pardon me. The committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 11 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from community planning, and we have correspondence in support from 107 BELSIZE and opposition correspondence in opposition from 89 BELSIZE.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Wonderful. Hi, good afternoon. Wonder if we could get name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Smith. I'm here representing the homeowners at 105 BELSIZE Drive. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto.
Thank you very much. We don't have anybody in opposition, so won't require presentation from that perspective, but perhaps my colleagues might like either presentation or have questions for you.
I have a question, Chair.
Yes, please, Mr. Clay.
So you've got an integral garage, you're gonna be closing it down, making it habitable for storage, and yet we typically see transportation get all exercised when we do this about parking paths. So you're not offending the bylaw because you're entirely on private property, is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay. Even though there is the variance number 4, which speaks to a parking space may not be in the front yard?
It all works with the zoning.
Okay.
It's for what my apologies. For what it's worth, it's to largely maintain the existing conditions on site.
Yeah, and I guess we often see this where you get the conversion and then the parking pad is no longer compliant, right? So then people have to actually shut down that parking pad. right?
Close the curb.
And close the
yeah,
curb.
yeah.
In this case, you don't have that issue.
Not an issue.
Okay.
Any other questions? None? Okay. We'll take it into committee, Mr. Smith, and come forward with a decision. Thank you. Okay. Would like to run with this particular one?
I
Mr.
can do
Clay?
it, Chair, sure.
Thank you.
Again, I think the explanation is evident. I don't think this is a dramatic change from what the existing circumstances are, and the fact that the parking space is on private property seems to not offend the zoning bylaw, so I don't see any major impact or change that is going to affect anyone. So I think it's supportable, and I'll move a motion to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Lombard? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree, and in terms of the front yard parking variance, which is one of my concerns, and the front yard soft landscaping, significant reduction, you'll notice that a lot of the homes on that street do not have large front yard landscaping or soft landscaping, and a lot of them have front yard parking paths, so I'll support the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to approve. All those in favor? Thank you. Mrs. Smith, unanimous decision.
Thank you very much.
Right. And we move on to item number 15. 14. Item number 14 is 2946 Dundas, 2946-2968 Dundas Street West. And the purpose of the application is to alter the development standards for the 8-story mixed-use building currently under construction as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 898-2021 by increasing the maximum permitted interior floor area for all retail services to accommodate a commercial gym located on the 2nd story, and reducing the minimum length of 2 parking spaces located on level P2 of the underground parking garage. There will be a total of 120 residential units on this lot. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, the decision number affecting the subject property, site-specific zoning bylaw number, and email correspondence from Transportation Engineering.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, could we get your name
Good
and
after-
address, please?
Yes, Matthew Lang, 95 Bond Street, Guelph, agent for the owner.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Bear with me, we don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't really need a presentation, but let me see if my colleagues would like either a very brief explanation or have questions for you.
Just one question of clarification,
Mhm.
just to make sure I understood the variance 1 correctly. So there's approximately 1,000 square feet on the 2nd floor that was going to be offices, is that correct? And that's what's getting translated into a gym use?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? None? Okay. Mr. Lang, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. All right. Mr. Lombardi, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a supportable application, again, just planning context. It's located within a BLOOR, Danforth major MTSA area, which encourages an increase in residential and employment uses. I think this project fits within the planning context, and I think it's supportable, it's only 2 variances. I don't see any conditions of approval, so I will move a motion granting, supporting the approval and granting the 2 variances.
Thank you. Ms. Brazier, seconds. Thank you very kindly. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Lang, you have your approval. Thank you. And moving on to item number 15. Item number 15 is 77 ADAIR Road, and the purpose of the application is to legalize and to maintain the existing covered front porch with stairs that was built beyond the limits of the authorized building permit number 21-117-72-13 BLD 01SR. Committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, 9 photographs of the subject property, pardon me, plan of this and plan of subdivision submitted by the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question on this one?
Yes, by all means.
Is there potentially a bit of a miscommunication or typo in variance number 2, describing it as 2.97 meters beyond the platform it is covering? Because in the images, it doesn't look like the roof extends at all beyond the 2.97 meters of the platform.
Perhaps we can have that as a question
Great.
for the agent? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Begay, 14 Beely South Park Drive.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Bigaj, we don't have anybody in opposition to this, so we don't need a presentation. But there is one question that was raised by a committee member with regard to variance number 2. Is that 2.97 meters beyond the platform correct, or is that an error?
The platform goes around, I think, 6 inches, or because we had a permit before, and when it was built, the builder extended 6 inches more. So it was 6'6". That it is that now on the permit was 6 feet. The cover is only a feet all around, so it doesn't go on that distance.
So it is 2.97 meters that you, no?
Mr. Chair, I think what it is the platform approach is 2.97, but it's allowed 2.5, so it's a difference of
Very small
0.7,
difference.
which is 1.5 feet.
Okay, great, thank you.
I think that's the clarification.
So we were supposed to be 2.5 meters from the property line. The owners, when they built it, they went 2.97. So they were closer to that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions for this agent?
That's a good question.
I'm just wondering then, maybe I'm misreading, but I think the variance number 2 may need some wordsmithing or an edit. Because the way that I read that is that it says that the canopy is encroaching by 2.97 meters beyond the platform, but Dino has just clarified the math there.
It doesn't encroach 2.997, so it's the whole from the main wall till the property line.
In
It
fact,
doesn't
I
encroach
don't
that.
think the canopy encroaches at all beyond the platform. I think you've raised a good point.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, this is more permissive than, so
Okay.
we could, if the zoning examiner has identified this, maybe there's some reason and we could approve it anyway, but I agree with you. I think there is a mistake in it.
You can always tie it to plans if you're, just to lock it down.
All right, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, it's already built, everything, so nothing is gonna change. But you are right about that. So I also debated with the examiner, but she said that that's how it is.
Yeah, because we can see from the photos that it doesn't encroach beyond the platform, so.
Okay. All right, thank you so very much. Who'd like to run with this particular one? Mr.
Dino, didn't
Lombardi?
you want to ask
Do you-
how
do you
it's
have any more?
got built without a permit?
Ah,
Trying to save time. Yes, my colleagues have noted that this is to legalize and maintain, and we don't look favorably on that, and there'll clearly be a statement at the end of the decision. But I think it's, this is minor, there's only 2 variances in total. And I think I can support it and put a motion forward approving the application and granting the 2 variances. I have no issue with the application. There's no conditions of approval that I can see, other than what we could do is tie it to.
Yeah, let's tie it to plans.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll tie it to site plan, just to be on the safe side.
thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Second, Mr. Ghosh, thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve, tie it, and the condition is that we tie it to the site plan. Seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, rubs 2 sticks together or something.
I guess I ran hot. I was finally feeling comfortable.
Goosebumps. Could lose that nice tan.
We're trying to get there rapidly. Okay. Moving on, we're at item number 16, 14 DuPont Street. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing 2.5-story non-residential commercial building into a mixed-use building by constructing complete 4th and 5th story mechanical penthouse additions and a front 2nd story terrace. Also to construct a rear 3-story addition, including a basement with 3rd and 4th story terraces, and a rear 5th story rooftop terrace with including a green roof. The existing restaurant will continue to occupy the basement and ground floor levels, including the existing front outdoor patio and a new outdoor patio addition along the east side of the lot. Also to construct a 1-story ancillary waste disposal use abutting the rear laneway. There will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units occupying the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stories on this lot. There will be 5 long-term bicycle parking spaces on the east side of this lot. The committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, a decision number affecting the subject property, an arborist report, email correspondence from the architect, planning justification letter from the agent, and we also have email correspondence from transportation engineering, and a staff report from urban forestry. We also have correspondence in concern or interest from 26, 32, and 21 DuPont Street, and we have correspondence in opposition from 33 DuPont Street and the Annex Residents Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers. And for the record, we've made multiple attempts to contact the speaker at 301 Wright Avenue and was unsuccessful.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Eagleman, how are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair,
Good
Committee.
afternoon.
I'm good.
Name and
I hope-
address for the record, please.
Yes, David Eagleman, Design Plan Services, Inc., 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. We don't have the, person in opposition is not accessible by the sounds of it, but let me just see if my colleagues would like a presentation or description. Questions? Oh, lucky day. Okay, none at all.
I do have one question.
Certainly.
The waste disposal area that's included at the back of the building, is that conceived of being for residents only or for the restaurant as well? How is that configured?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So as far as operational of that waste storage structure, I don't have specific details, but I imagine that it would likely be both for the restaurant and for the residential units.
There were just a number of concerns sort of about the configuration of that back area, so I was trying to better understand.
Yes, and the concerns, as far as I understand it, are more related to the lane. But I would just note that we're actually improving the existing condition back there. There's an existing structure that is a waste waste storage structure, and it's on the lot line right now practically. We're improving that condition. This structure is going to be further set back from the lot line. It is a little bit more east, so it's closer to the corner. However, there is that site triangle already that's taken out of the corner of the laneway. Transportation staff has no concerns. They've been satisfied. And at the end of the day, it is a laneway, so it's not as if there's going to be fast moving and heavy traffic along this laneway. It's a small laneway with a few buildings on it.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that. I was saying the same thing. It just, if you go down, it's a tight turn back there right now, right? So if you're improving it, I think that's a positive.
Yes, and I'll just add too that ultimately the proposal is on private property. So if anyone was using portions of the private property for turning, that effectively is trespassing. So the laneway is a public laneway. We cannot propose anything to obstruct that current access that's provided.
Okay.
Quit while you're ahead. That type of trespassing, I don't think anyone has any issue with. If you know, a bit of a car is turning the corner, but yeah, no, your remarks on improving the space, I think are well taken.
Okay, I just had one question for you. Variants 8 and 10, are those existing circumstances?
Just pulling up the variances here. So variance 8 is technically an existing condition. So we are building on top of the existing second floor. The additions will be built in line with the existing second floor. So that 3.88 meter setback is an existing condition that's being maintained. We are seeking larger setbacks from the front property line. For other portion, there's a cantilevered portion on the east side that will be set back further. But that was done intentionally in order to mitigate potential impacts associated with the increase in height and massing. So that requirement is more so to maintain a consistent street wall. I believe we are doing that by building the additions on top of the existing second story, and then the variance is really triggered by an attempt in the design to mitigate massing, potential impacts associated with an increase in height and massing. And then it was variance 10 you asked was an existing condition? Yeah. So yes, on the existing first floor, so it is not an existing condition on the east side, but it's only on the east side for the cantilevered portion. So on the ground floor, it is an existing condition, that existing setback to the center line of the lane. It's only the cantilevered portion that starts at the second floor that is at the 1.52 meters to the center line of the lane. And then as far as the rear yard, it's only the waste storage structure that's at 2.28 meters to the center line of the lane. The building itself is set back actually more than what's required, and the existing condition would be worse because of that existing waste storage structure that's on the rear lot line right now.
Thank you. I also note that, of course, I know the location well enough, we can always drive past, but that there's no impact on the east side nor on the north.
Yes, through you,
So
Mr.
you've got
Chair.
a
and
park and, yeah.
I would add as well that this property sort of sits at a weird intersection between the fact that DuPont is a major street and it's the subject property and the immediately abutting property that's the attached building are the only properties on the north side of DuPont in this stretch that are designated mixed use. The remaining properties are neighborhoods and are now theoretically permitted for a height of up to 6 stories. So we're not subject to that because it's designated mixed use. And then this property was also left out of the avenues study that the city has initiated because it's in the downtown secondary plan. And DuPont Street is not an avenue within the downtown secondary plan, but that secondary plan hasn't been revisited since 2018. And on top of that, we're just outside of the DuPont PMTSA and not that far away from the BLOOR Young PMTSA. So this property sits at a weird intersection where it's sort of left out of all these initiatives that the city is working on. So when you take into consideration the plan context, I do think that it fits well within that plan context. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? None? Okay, so we will take it into committee and look for a decision. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Ghosh.
So yeah, it's the properties that fall within the planning twilight zone. I like that, I'm gonna quote it, that are the ones that are most suited for getting their variances approved here because, you know, this is why there is an ability to seek variances on properties that just, for whatever reason, the zoning on them doesn't conform with the direction that the city actually wants to go in. And it, exactly. No, you've convinced me, so I'll help you in that quest. When we look at the variances here and we look at the site context with the rail to the north, the neighborhood, the parkette to the east, the fact that it's long been a restaurant site and they're just improving that and then adding some decent-sized apartments above, it's the variances are all appropriate in the context. And just, although design isn't a consideration, I will put a nod to the fact that I kind of like the way that they incorporate the facade into the front of it. So I find that it meets the 4 tests for the reasons I mentioned and would move to approve it subject to Forestry 1.
Thank you very much. Ms. Plaziers, seconds. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. You have a unanimous
Thank you
approval, sir.
very
Thank
much.
you. Okay, and now we move on to item number 17. Oops. Item number 17 is number 5A Norwood Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial 3rd-story addition with a rear rooftop terrace, a front covered porch with stairs, side, north and rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a side south basement walkout. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 occupying the basement and 1 unit occupying the ground floor, 2nd and 3rd stories. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, covering letter from the agent, correspondence from the owner, and email correspondence from the agent, arborist report, building permit number affecting the subject property. We also have staff report from urban forestry, and we have correspondence in opposition from 7A Norwood Road, and a second one with no address provided.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no
Thank you.
registered speakers. And for the
Okay.
record, we've made multiple attempts to locate the opposition speaker from 18 Osborne Avenue.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee.
Name and address, please.
My name is Leo Mastandrea. I'm from Lemcat Consultants at 817 Cosburn Avenue.
Lovely. And I think we didn't have anybody that we could get a hold of. So let me just see if my colleagues require a presentation. I have questions for you.
Chair, just, Leo, the terrace, just, is there an overlook issue going to
Yes,
the north?
I did make a note that we could provide 1.5 meter screening
Just
as a
on the
condition.
one side, because the other side's,
On the north side.
yeah, north side.
We have two lanes for the south and east, and we face
Yeah,
the west,
so just, yeah, just the one side, I think. would
just
be
the north
appropriate.
side,
Yeah,
as I recommended in my photo.
Oh,
did you?
Yeah, on my submission, I recommended that we provide, because the neighbors were concerned about the overlook.
I think you
So
did, yes.
if you look on my submission.
I'm gonna believe you that you did that, yeah.
Well, I was trying to be proactive.
Good thinking. Okay, any other questions or comments? None? Okay, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Yeah, okay. Would like to run, thank you. Mr. Lombardi, all yours.
Again, very familiar with the area. I actually didn't live too far away from that, and for those listening, I was a lifeguard at Norway Pool, which is just across the street. Yeah, I did have a concern with the issues raised by the neighbors, but obviously the applicant has addressed those. It's two variances. I'm comfortable with putting a motion forward, supporting the approval of the application and granting the two variances, subject to privacy screening for the rear third-story roof terrace, which I think the applicant has addressed, but why don't we put that in the motion just to be safe? On the north side.
It's not, yeah, it's not on the drawing, so we should probably
Yeah, on
put
the
a
north
condition
side.
in, yeah.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's also urban forestry number 2.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's that. Okay, thank you.
Can I just make a comment as well?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I
me.
hear this wonderful voice coming, and I think, I'm sorry, Katie.
No, that's okay. We can't really see each other. I understand. It's just an observation, and it's just something that I need to put out there kind of for the committee and the city generally. Yeah, I agree that these particular variances are quite minor. I really appreciate the submissions we got from concerned neighbors and former residents. It's just a question for us around loss of well-built, purpose-built, and occupied triplexes. And I know that, properties come and go with sales and whatnot, but we also saw earlier today another purpose-built duplex that was converted into a single-family home. And it's just an observation and something for us to consider as we consider our mandate to be building more middle-density housing across the city. We're also losing it. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
May I just?
Thank you.
My understanding is it is to be a duplex, right? Yeah, okay. As long as I understood that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Lombardi's moved a motion. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Clay, thank you. All those in favor of this motion? Thank you. Ms. Mastrandi, you have your unanimous approval. Thank you. Thank you.
I did read your letter, Leo.
Okay, moving on to the last item of this morning. We're now at item number 18, 202 Strathern Road. Purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition above the existing first floor, which will be partially cantilevered along the south side, and a new rear ground floor deck with stairs. Committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, and we have a staff report from Urban Forestry. Okay. Item number
Through you, Mr.
18.
Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lochisano, are you there? Hello, good afternoon.
Enzo, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Lochisano, are you there?
Enzo, can you hear us? Enzo, we're gonna attempt to call you by phone. Enzo, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Enzo, we can hear you.
You can hear us?
Mr. Lochisano, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Enzo Lacasano from RHTWG at 1245 Caledonia Road in Toronto.
Thank you. We've been looking at your application. We don't have anybody in opposition to it. You've got 2 variances, which both appear quite minor. But let me just check with my colleagues to see if anybody has questions for you or not. By the looks of it, you're getting off scot-free, so we'll go into committee and come forward with the decision for you. All right. Ms. Blissier?
Sure, I'll take this one, Chair. Yeah, we're looking at just 2 variances for a fairly modest second-story addition to kind of improve functional bedroom space, is what it looks like to me. So I have no concerns about the impact or severity of these variances. So I move to approve, subject to Urban Forestry 2.
Thank you. Mr. Ghosh seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Lochisano, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll break. It's 2:37. We'll take an hour break for lunch, and we'll resume at 3:40 p.m.
Thank you.